So, since we have 22 shards left, let's just, like I said, let's just go for it. We're just gonna, I guess, try to brute force all of them today, so we can try to get, as further along as we can, with this chapter. Because again, we're almost done with it, but I want to try to finish it before, not next week, but the week after. Or I want to finish it not next week, but by the week after, I mean. Anyway, the next one is here. Footsteps in the 4th year. So, Satoshi Hojo's awareness of his sins is required, and the forgiveness of Renaryugu's sins is required. So let's get started. My harsh and brutal days are still continuing without end. The situation between my aunt and Satoko remains the same. My aunt yells at Satoko for no reason every night. Although Satoko cries, she still talks back to her. So my aunt's yelling goes on and on forever. Satoko's crying goes on and on too. When Satoko sees me, she grabs onto me. She hides behind my back and tries to ignore my aunt's yelling. She always comes to seek my help. Satoko doesn't open up to anyone but me. So if I don't protect her, she'll be devastated. That security is something our parents didn't grant Satoko. I have to be the one to provide it. But every day, day after day, every time Satoko cries, every day, day after day, Satoko grabbed onto me while crying yesterday. I patted her head, but along with pity, a different emotion came to me. I wanted to grasp her head and smash her against the wall. What an unbelievably devilish and awful emotion. No. I can't think that. No, it's not that I can't think it, I just can't acknowledge that feeling. Since that day, there has been someone else inside of me. That someone is trying to eat me up from the inside and switch places with me. When Satoko begs for my help while crying, that person tries to make me spill out some awful and hateful words that are sure to damage Satoko forever. Leave me alone. Don't grab onto me. Go away. No, I can't. To prevent him from taking over my body, I clenched my stomach and drove him out. I managed to do that. But that wasn't it. That person is coming after me, trying to get back inside of me. I won't let such a scary thing get back inside of me. He knows there's no room for it. There's no room to slip into my heart as long as I keep it held shut like this. So he stopped trying and instead is following right behind me. He's waiting for me to let my guard down. When I walk, he walks right behind me. He's breathing down my neck. He follows me everywhere and when I lie down, he stares down at me. He's waiting for the right moment to jump back inside me so he can hurt Satoko. It's been so hot lately. Maybe the heat is getting to me, and that's why I think things like this. I'm the only family Satoko has, so I'll have to protect her from my aunt for the rest of my life. That's my eternal duty. Rest of my life? Forever? Do I really have to do that forever? If only Satoko... But I'm her only family. But it's because of my aunt. It's because of the villagers too. It's almost Watanagashi. Some irresponsible people are saying that the curse will once again fall upon Hinamizawa. They're also saying it'll fall upon me and Satoko for sure. Maybe it's just my imagination, but lately the villagers expecting it are giving me especially sharp looks. I feel like I'll be killed on the day of Watanagashi. Of course, there's no reason why I would be killed, and it's just my imagination. Don't come and... I'm not reading that. I shouldn't be laughing. I'm trying to think of like 5 different ways you could say that sentence, but they will all sound off. I was thinking like don't enter, or maybe stay away from me would have probably just been better. Like just stay away. Satoko's my only sister in my family, so don't tell me those awful things. Stop. Don't come this way. Don't come this way. The footsteps came right up behind me and the hand touched me on the shoulder.
レナか。
大丈夫かな？かな？
I must have been acting weird. Rena looked worried. Her name is Rena Ryugu. She just moved here and transferred to my school. Nobody remembers her, but supposedly she lived here in Hinamizawa a long time ago. In fact, she hardly even remembers anything about Hinamizawa either. Since Mion is the only other classmate who is my age, I'm glad she's my friend. She usually carries on happily alongside Mion, but occasionally she shows a more feminine consideration.
具合悪いの？保健室で休んだ方がいいんじゃないかな。
ありがとう。大丈夫だよ。僕、そんなにも具合が悪そうだったかい？
うん。
Her immediate answer made me realize I wasn't myself.
さとこちゃんのことで心配事？
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだよ。
She knows that my problem isn't physical, but a mental one. This is just something I think to myself, but even though Rena seems like a very easygoing person, maybe she's more perceptive than she appears.
レナは転校してきたばかりだから頼りないかもしれないけど、話を聞くことはできるからね。きっと聞いてあげるだけでも少しは心が軽くなると思うから。
Although she just transferred, she already knows quite a bit about me and my sister, and also about the situation with the villagers. But talking about it won't solve anything. Actually, if I talk about it, I feel like I'd be admitting to my weakness, which might give that person a chance to get inside me again. Fuck, I read. God damn it.
すごく驚いたでしょ？そんなにも考え事をしてるなら、きっと辛い悩みなんだろうなって思って。はあ。
それは、なぜか最近、誰かにずっと後をつけられているような錯覚がしてね。ひたひた、ペタペタ。だから、それかと思って。で、ごめん。僕は一体何を言ってるんだか。
So, it's following you too, huh?
足音？ついてくるの？
え？
私、その足音、知ってる。
Oh. That one was really short. Also, I don't think I've mentioned this, but surely some of you have noticed, usually whenever something happens in Higurashi or Hinamizawa or whatever, anytime something scary is mentioned or something supernatural is mentioned, you hear the sound of a bell. Those small bells. I forget what they're called in English. Let me just double check. Hold on. They're like the small Christmas bells. I know their names in other languages, but I don't remember the name of it in English. Anyway, those tiny bells are used constantly in Japanese media. If you remember, if you were here when we did Fatal Frame ages ago, then you remember hearing those. Anytime a ghost would walk by, or anytime we'd hear something fall, or anytime an object would be moved, you would hear the sound of those bells. And that happens constantly. But anyway, the next one is this one actually. A notice of leave of absence. Satoshi Hojo's part-time job is required, and footsteps following Hojo Satoshi are required. Okay, I don't know why they're backwards, but sure, here we go.
そうですか。いえいえ、届けなんていりません。サトシ君は我がひなみざわファイターズの頼もしい選手なんですからね。席はちゃんと開けてあります。いつでも戻ってきていいんですからね。
わかりません。当分は戻ってこれないと思うので、一度退部にしてもらった方がいいと思いまして。
Satoshi says he wants to quit the baseball team. I know very well of Satoshi and Satoko's situation, so I was expecting that he might say this. The relationship between Satoko and her aunt has gotten worse, to the point that it can be considered abuse. When someone from the child consultation center came, of course, her aunt behaved herself. Then immediately after, her harassment turned even more vicious. According to the neighbors, the aunt's scolding and Satoko's crying can be heard nightly, and sometimes it goes on past midnight. Satoko's weekly physical checkups results are slowly getting worse, and we're trying to keep her stable by increasing her medication. But unless her relationship with her aunt improves, she's sure to go terminal and sink into madness. Although she isn't the type to become deranged, even at a terminal stage, she's the type who holds everything in, harboring her insanity inside. Just like she pushed her parents off the cliff 2 years ago, Satoko may kill her aunt. Thanks to the mountain dogs, the incident was resolved as an accident, and Oishi stepped aside, although he's still suspicious. If something like that happens again around Satoko, he's sure to investigate her mercilessly. I can't do anything more about Satoko's environment changing for the worse, so I'm not surprised to hear that Satoshi wants to quit the baseball team so he can be with her sister more.
実は僕、アルバイトを始めるんです。それで、あまり野球に出られなくて。
アルバイトです。何か買いたいものでもあるんですか？
はい。もうすぐ、サトコの誕生日なんです。サトコが欲しがっているぬいぐるみがあるので、それをプレゼントしてやりたいと思いまして。
That's right. Remember the birth date on her insurance card. I think it's June 24th. Right after the Watanagashi Festival.
そうですか。サトシ君は本当に妹思いのお兄さんですね。それはきっとサトコちゃんも喜んでくれるでしょう。
喜んでくれると嬉しいです。
I can tell Satoshi is also stressed out. To him, seeing Satoko being harassed is the same thing as being harassed himself. His stress can be released through moderate exercise, such as with sports and also with plenty of rest. If Satoko is being yelled at nightly, then it's easy to figure out that Satoshi isn't getting enough sleep either. I don't know what kind of job he's starting, but I don't think he will be able to vent his stress on it. In fact, I don't like the idea of Satoshi taking a part-time job, because he's already so worn out in every way. I asked him if he wanted me to help him pay for the present, but of course he declined the offer. It's a present from him, so he wants to earn the money himself. He's taking this part-time job only to earn enough money to buy Satoko's present, so it'll be a temporary thing. If it's for a short period of time, maybe it won't be that bad. While I want to stop him from working because I don't want him to get even more stressed, since he says Satoko's birthday is near, I don't think I can stop him. Satoshi is determined. If I say any more, I might lose his trust, so I'll have to accept his leave of absence.
そうだ。監督、バットを一本借りていってもいいですか？
Oh. I completely misunderstood his words. Later I found out he carried around a bat to protect himself, and realized that even then, he was already showing some dangerous symptoms. He believed there would be a fourth mysterious death this year, and that he would be the victim. He became obsessed with the idea that someone was after his life. That is a symptom of Hinamizawa syndrome's terminal stage. But although I was involved so deeply with the syndrome, I was careless.
バットですか？はて、何に使うんですか？
Satoshi had his own bat. So he should have asked if he could take it home, but instead he asked if he could borrow it. When I think about it now, he said it that way to lighten his guilty conscience. But how could I have known then?
いえ、野球にはそんなに来れなくなりますけど、でもきっと一人で素振りの練習をするくらいの時間は取れると思うので。
それはいいですね。そういうことならぜひ持って行ってください。素振りをするときは十分周りを確認して危険がないよう注意してからやってくださいね。ご近所迷惑でなければタイヤを吊るしてそれを打つのもいい練習になるでしょう。
Swinging a bat can release stress, so letting him take the bat home will help. That's what I thought. But that was a huge mistake. I realized it only then that things were already past the point of no return. You know, they made this entire scene a lot more, or this entire scenario a lot more dramatic in chapters, in any chapter actually, before we learned more about Satoshi, when he was still more of an enigma, and we kind of just knew that he tried doing this, that he just it's like in chapter 1 when Keiichi wants to take the bat and he's like, I'll just practice swinging, ha 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 ha, and then everyone's like, Satoshi did that too. But they were all like very ominous and creepy about it. And here, Satoshi's just like, yeah, I just want to borrow a bat real quick. Anyway, we finally get to finish one page. The next one is the death of Satoshi's aunt. A bat to beat her to death is required. So if for some reason you thought, that Satoshi wasn't involved in her murder, well, he was. And again, sorry if I'm reading things a little bit quickly. We do have 20 more shards to go through, and I want to do it at a relatively stable pace so as to not drag this out for 3.5 hours. So if we can get it done in 2 hours or an hour and a half, that'd be even better. and I assume all the later ones are going to be quite extensive. But anyway, we were prepared to respond quickly this year. That was why we were able to start the investigation immediately by securing the crime scene. The victim is the wife of the younger brother of the Hojo couple, so she is an extremely suitable target for the 4th year's curse of Oyashiro-sama. She has a horrible reputation among the locals. After the incident, everyone said she deserved to be cursed. I have a general idea of who the culprit must be. It's probably Satoshi, that innocent-looking kid. There's even a motive. The diseased abused his sister relentlessly, so this would be in revenge for that. Also, when he attended the inspection of the crime scene, he was rather frantic, yet also far too composed, as if he was totally unrelated to the incident. My intuition from many years of police work tells me that 8 or 9 times out of 10, someone who acts like that is the perp. I have no concrete proof, but if I question him and shake him up a bit, I have a feeling he'll confess. And he almost did.
そいつが見つけられれば決め手になりそうですね。
まあよっぽどの間抜けでなけりゃ処分してるでしょうがね。犯行を認めた後に捨てたと称する場所から発見できれば検察も納得してくれるでしょう。
This was pretty insignificant as a standalone case. A confession from Satoshi Hojo would end it. Everyone except me must believe that. But if I look at it as part of a series of mysterious deaths, it won't be so easy. Either the 3 families of the village, or the Sonosuke family alone is directly involved in this. If they are the ones pulling the strings, they must have instigated Satoshi Hojo into committing this crime. If so, Hojo is someone who knows way too much about them. Sonosuke family's actions must remain hidden. If he could connect them to the crime, would they let him run around freely? Satoshi Hojo is a loving brother who cares very much for his sister, and they set him up to kill his aunt as the 4th year's curse. After that, they will eliminate the one person who can connect them to the crime. Satoshi Hojo is not just a simple criminal. He was set up. And after that, my suspicions were confirmed, for he abruptly vanished. He disappeared in such a puzzling way. He didn't run because he was afraid that his crime had come to light. Another culprit came into the picture. He was already arrested for a different crime, and furthermore, he died while in prison. He confessed to information only the culprit himself would have known. Therefore, he must be the culprit. But as he's already dead, the investigation was closed. Then Satoshi Hojo disappeared a few days after the festival. It's obvious someone doesn't want Satoshi Hojo to be connected to this incident. My boss put pressure on me to close the investigation and to file Satoshi Hojo's disappearance as a separate incident. He even handed the case over to a different section. The way this case is closing so rapidly greatly resembles the same trick used 2 years ago with the Hojo couple's accident. There's no doubt it's the work of someone who can put pressure on the police. As it happens, the Sonosuke family is the only one who can actually exact influence on the police department here in Hinamizawa. They may think their trails are covered, but this points towards them more clearly than anything. According to my informant, Oryo Sonosuke mentioned the 4th year's curse at the family meeting and hinted that she was the one behind it all. Hinting isn't strong enough evidence, but there's no mistaking that Oryo Sonosuke is the one pulling the strings. I know they're the ones who did in the old man, but I just can't grab them. The principal offender is still on the loose, but I'm sure he's still being sheltered somewhere by the Sonosuke family. I have to locate him and find that missing right arm. I'll return the arm to his grave and make the principal offender and the masterminds both bow down before it. However, just like how Satoshi disappeared, it's possible the principal offender has already been eliminated. I bet he's already been killed and hurt and buried somewhere nobody can find. If that's the case, then that's fine. I'll make the old hag, who ordered someone to kill the old man, slam her forehead on the ground before his grave. This, I swear. After the 4th year's curse, people are already saying something will happen again next year. Even with all my preparations, I couldn't prevent the incident from happening this time. It's too late if something happens. I must keep my eyes on the core of the village before something takes place. There's a reason why I have to get to the bottom of this by next year. Because I'm retiring. My mother has been waiting to go back to her hometown in Hokkaido, and for a long time she's been asking me to move there when I retire. I feel that's the least I can do for her, so I agreed to move to Hokkaido when I retire. So next year's my last chance to avenge the old man's death. It happened 4 years in a row, so more than likely there will be a 5th curse too. As a result of the series of mysterious deaths, the village has been tightly knit together since the dam protest. They were told that the betrayers will be punished in the name of the curse. To the masterminds, that's enough reason to continue with the series of mysterious deaths. According to rumors, this year's victim, the aunt, was cursed because she didn't participate in the Watanagashi festival. So there are villagers who believe that if they don't participate in next year's Watanagashi, they'll be cursed. It'll be a huge festival next year for sure. Something will happen. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. I will avenge the old man. I will definitely will. So they're cutting out, or either they're cutting out or excluding certain things that are normally seen in other chapters. For example, in chapter 5, we learned that, at least in that timeline, Mion, pretending to be Shion, who was actually Mion, ended up meeting up with Satoshi shortly after the Watanagashi festival event occurred. He was outside of the toy store looking to buy the teddy bear, and I think he went in to reserve it. When it came out, Oishi is like, "Hey, Satoshi, do you mind answering a few questions?" And then that's when Shion kind of shows up out of nowhere and is like, "Oh, actually, he's with me." And then they're like, "Well, fuck." And they can't do anything. Alright, so the fourth sacrifice, the death of Satoko Hojo's aunt, is required. The village was in an uproar. Because the fourth mysterious death in a row, which everyone believed would happen, actually did. They're all surprised it happened. Satoko's aunt was killed. All the villagers feel rather satisfied about this incident, saying the curse finally fell on her for being a local troublemaker. But I know the truth. When I saw the beaten up body at the crime scene, I knew Satoshi was responsible for it. Her abuse towards Satoko was getting worse and worse. Satoshi wanted to protect her, so he brought home a baseball bat. All the signs were there, so I didn't even need to hear it from Satoshi. Yet I couldn't avoid questioning myself. I felt bad for the Hojo siblings who had no one on their side, so I tried to be their ally. In the end, I failed to be of any help to them. The phone rang. It was Satoshi. He's never called me before. What happened? Does he want me to help him? If so, I will. I truly feel that way.
監督ですか？お仕事中にすみませんでした。
いえいえ、気になさらないでください。どうかなさいましたか？
車を持っている人が他に思いつかなかったんで。
車ですか？ええ、ありますよ。
実は今沖宮のおもちゃ屋さんの前にいるんです。ミオンのおじさんのおもちゃ屋じゃなくて、もう一軒の歯医者さんの近くにあるおもちゃ屋さんの方です。
ああ、
Oh,
わか
okay,
り
so
ま
it's
す、わかり
happening
ます。
now. Or sorry, it's happening now then. I see.
それでサトコの誕生日プレゼントのぬいぐるみを変えたんですけど、大きくって自転車に積めないんです。
大きくってサトシ君、あなたどれだけ大きなぬいぐるみを買ったんですか？
I guess they didn't think about it and went into the toy store on his bicycle, and now he's stuck. That's so typical of him. I can't help but smile warmly. In other words, he can't carry both the bicycle and the teddy bear, so he wants me to come pick him up. I told him I'd be right over and headed to the toy store in Okinomiya. When I got there, I found that the teddy bear that he bought is a lot bigger than I imagined.
これは大きいですね。確かにこれじゃ自転車は無理でしょう。
The teddy bear is so big that Satoshi can hardly wrap his arms around it. If he puts it on his lap, if he puts it on his lap in the passenger seat, he won't be able to see anything. We loaded the bicycle in the back seat and stuffed the teddy bear in the trunk.
しかし、これだけの大きなぬいぐるみともなると高かったでしょう。
So that's where the teddy bear went. We know that he bought it, or well, it was heavily implied that he bought it, but they're like, how could Satoshi have gotten the bear up the mountain? Right? Like, there was no real way to know because, he rode his bike down there. So, it's kind of hard to bring a giant teddy bear back up with you. So he called the doctor, he called Iria, Iria took it back, and then Satoshi was, interrogated by the police shortly after.
まあ、そこそこね。
At first, I thought he was sweating because of the heat, but he's acting oddly, as if he has a high fever and his consciousness is coming and
どうしました
going.
か？具合でも悪いんですか？
多分、いえ、風邪です。
それはよくありませんね。診療所に寄っていきませんか？ 具合を見てあげましょう。
ありがとうございます。
When he called earlier, he didn't sound this way. Did he become ill all of a sudden?
どうぞリクライニングを倒して。冷房が強すぎませんか？大丈夫ですか？
His face is turning pale. I can tell he has a high fever. Satoshi was pushing himself to buy this teddy bear. A teddy bear this size can't be that cheap. For him to earn enough money in such a short period of time, he must have worked hard and long hours. Maybe he felt relieved now that he got the teddy bear that he wanted to buy. It's not unusual for a person to collapse after reaching his big
し
goal.
かしよく頑張りましたね。こんなにも大きなぬいぐるみを。さとこちゃんきっと喜ぶと思いますよ。
喜んで欲しいです。
喜びますよ。私が保証しちゃいます。
もうおばさんもいない。おじさんも帰ってこない。もうこれで聡子をいじめる人はいないんですよね。
そうですね。もうさとこちゃんをいじめる人はいません。だからこれからはゆっくりと過ごしていいんです。
おばさんはいないんですよね。死んだんですもんね。
はい、確かに死にました。検視には私も立ち会っています。間違いありませんよ。だからもう二度とさとこちゃんをいじめたりはしません。
本当におばさんが死んでるのを確認したんですね。
はい、間違いなく。
じゃあたまに通りすがるおばさんにそっくりな人がいてもそれはおばさんじゃないんですよね。おばさんが実は生きてて退院してきたとかそういうんじゃないんですよね。
ええ、そんなことはありえません。二度と私たちの前に現れることはありませんよ。
じゃああの人あれもよく似てるけどおばさんじゃないんですよね。ですよね。
Satoshi pointed at an oncoming car. Sorry. Satoshi pointed at the oncoming car in fear. Of course, the car passed by so quickly that I couldn't see her face. But no matter how much she looked like her, it's impossible for her to be alive.
ほらあの人もあんなにそっくりでもだって僕を見ましたよ。
落ち着いてください、サトシ君。おばさんは完全に死にました。だからどんなに似ていてもそれはおばさんではありません。
似てるいや違う。本当におばさんなんだ。おばさんがまだあんなに殺したのにあんなに殴ったのになんで
I can only try to stay calm and drive. Satoshi's losing his cool. He's delusional. He's seeing his aunt coming back from the dead. Then I finally realize Satoshi is displaying symptoms of the terminal stage. I need to examine him once I get to the clinic. It's different from Satoko's case. We already have the cure. We can treat Satoshi. If I talk to the mountain dogs, they'll take care of the murder of his aunt. So I can both save him from going terminal and give him back his peaceful days with Satoko. He was deranged until just a minute ago, but now he's gone quiet. He didn't fall asleep. I must get him to the clinic while Satoshi remains in this calm state. There's no guarantee that he won't attack me while I'm driving. As if he knows what's going through my mind, Satoshi spoke to me quietly.
監督、これってやっぱりお社様のたたりなんでしょうか。
たたりなんかありません。どうか気を強く持ってください。
聡子、ごめん。ぬいぐるみを買う直前まで僕はそのお金でどこか遠くに逃げてしまおうって思って。だからそんな僕をお社様は許さなかったんだ。僕は兄失格なんだ。僕は
無理に喋らなくていいですよ。まぶたを閉じて休んでいてください。 すぐに診療所に着きますからね。そうしたら具合のすぐ良くなる薬をあげますからね。
僕の血の中にもウジ虫が湧いてるのかな。かゆい。
書かないで。喉を書いてはいけません。
We arrived at the back door of the clinic. I slammed the brakes and stopped the car. Satoshi has already started to claw at his throat. I can't stop him by myself. I asked for some help through the intercom. Some staff members came out immediately. Maybe Satoshi was surprised to see so many people at once because he started to resist. I don't even need to run the test, he's at level 5. He's reached the terminal stage and his thoughts must be filled with delusions. Maybe he thinks that the staff members want to kill him. The staff members pinned his arms and legs down and gave him a shot to put him to sleep.
監督、助けて。
大丈夫ですよ。すぐに治療しますから。しばらくの間楽にしていてください。
どく。サトコ。願い。
Please take care of Satoko. After saying those words, he fell unconscious.
あらあら、騒がしいと思ったら、これは
サトシ君が急性発症したようです。彼の日頃のストレスを考えれば、いつ発症してもおかしくなかったでしょう。いや、ぬいぐるみを買うまで自制心でそれをずっと抑え続けてきたに違いありません。
なんだか毎年綿流しになると生きた検体が手に入りますわね。これもお社様のたたりのおかげなのかしら。
I don't have time to listen to her nonsense. One thing I also didn't realize, actually, was, if you recall, in one of the chapters, can't remember off the top of my head which, but it's the one where Keiichi admits to, I think it was chapter 3 then, actually, where Keiichi admits to killing Satoko's uncle. And he tells Iria-sensei, like, what the fuck's going on, and how he did it. And then Irie is like talking to people about maybe keeping him overnight so they could study him. What they wanted to do was, you know, just make sure he didn't get into the hysterical state of level 5, which he was already displaying symptoms for. And since he knew what happened to Satoshi, he didn't want that same thing to happen to Keiichi. But Keiichi, again, being distrustful due to, well, the illness that he has, the Hinamizawa syndrome, he thought that maybe they were after him. And yeah, no, it just kind of fucked with him. And that's something that I didn't like super piece together until like right now. Like I knew it basically happened, or it was gonna happen, or maybe that was a reason for it happening. But you know, anyway, let's go on to the next one, which is right here. So a roll of a 1. A bottle of wine for a toast is required, Jiro Tomidaka's promise is required, and the draft of an emergency manual is required. So that's already happened. It happened so suddenly. Uncle Koizumi passed away. I never heard he was ill or wasn't feeling well. His chest started to hurt suddenly and he couldn't sleep. He called an ambulance for the first time in his life because he didn't think he could endure the pain. He was taken into emergency care, but he didn't live to see the morning. It was an acute myocardial infraction, but maybe it was the best possible way to go. Instead of being in bed for many years, slowly dilapidating and withering away, he was healthy until his death, so I think he must have lived a wonderful life. But still, it was too sudden. I wish I had called him Uncle more. It was too late though. Uncle Koizumi would never smile at me again with his wrinkly old face, no matter how many times I called for him. He was my guardian until now. He always looked after me, making sure my efforts received proper recognition. Maybe he only did that because he couldn't help my grandfather when he was alive. But still, he was an important person to me. He wasn't just my political backing. But I didn't realize that when he was alive, I only thought of using his power for my own agenda. But after he died, I realized Uncle Koizumi was my grandpa too. He provided the warmth and protection that I longed for from my grandfather. At his funeral, I shed tears that I thought that I had forgot how to. At his funeral, I shed tears that I thought that I had. At his funeral, I shed tears that I thought that I forgot how to. Huh? Is that sentence correct? maybe just I shed tears that I thought I had forgotten how to, or just I shed tears that I thought I'd never feel, or that I'd never shed again. Something. Anyway.
おじいちゃん、今までありがとう。もっとおじいちゃんって呼んであげればよかったね。
No matter how many times I called to him, he would never reply. What I can do for him at this point is complete my research. I must accomplish my goal for his sake. My grandfather's research is finally acknowledged. Uncle Koizumi's name will be known once again for being the sole supporter of his endeavor. I believe that's the best way to repay him for everything he has done. I vow to devote myself to my work even more from this day on. But, unfortunately, hardships and sadness tend to come together. It was like the tailwind that blew steadily until today suddenly became a headwind. The wind shifted far too suddenly. So strong, so cold, so sad.
どういうことなの、次郎さん。
小泉先生が入江機関設立の立役者だったのは高野さんも知ってるよね。関係機関でなかなか承認の取れなかったのを小泉先生が強力に抑え込んで無理やり通させたって話なんだよ。何しろ医薬品業界で絶大な功績を挙げられた戦後日本復興の重鎮だからね。製剤、
その小泉先生が亡くなって小泉先生が通した無理やりが通らなくなったということ。
Right.
あくまでも噂なんで本当のところは僕にもわからないんだけど、一部の予算配当やプロジェクトの見直しが行われるらしいというのを聞いたんだよ。
入江機関が廃止されるということ。
いや、入江機関を見直すというのは聞いたことないけど、ただ小泉先生の死後、長老たちの派閥や勢力、後継者争いがややこしくなっているってもっぱらの噂なんだ。すでにクライアントの人事にかなりの影響を与え始めてるらしいんだ。それで小泉派が主導していたプロジェクトや聖域予算に対し締め付けが行われるんじゃないかって憶測が飛び交ってるらしいんだよ。もちろんそれらは全て僕にとって雲の上の話だからね。伝え聞いた噂話でしかないんだけれど。
Jiro kept saying that they were rumors, but that told me that the wind's direction has changed. Or maybe he already knew everything and is simply trying to warn me about it. And then at our next routine audit, Jiro made it clear with his own mouth. High-ranking government officials who had never came here before attended the routine audit along with him. Just by seeing those faces, I can tell the turning point is approaching.
ご存知の通り、アルファベットプロジェクトは戦後日本の国際的な地位向上を目的としたものです。ですが、すでに昭和も50年代に至り、西暦は21世紀を間近にしております。
In this day and age, we must put the past behind us and start looking forward to a new world. He meant exactly what he said. Japan has already put the past behind, and it's cutting off its ties to the ghosts that wish to resurrect the militaristic might of the pre-war era.
戦後40年間、我が国は世界への平和的貢献を模索し、国際的地位を確立するに至りました。日本は国際社会において重要なポジションを担う国家として成熟し、来世紀にはますますにその存在感を強めることでしょう。
The Alphabet Project, the main sponsor of the Idia Institute, are a group of people who want to develop a weapon that would act as a deterrent to the nuclear weapons which Japan was forbidden to own. So, they've come to the Idia Institute, one of its branch organizations, to tell us Japan has now renounced nuclear arms. So the Idia Institute will be facing a strong, cold headwind from now on. The roll of the die that came up to a 1 on that stormy day has reappeared. I won't let the result of a die affect me. The power of my will won't be beaten by some god's roll of the dice.
よって現在時代に即した形になるようアルファベットプロジェクトの見直しを進めています。新生アルファベットプロジェクトは国際交流と経済発展の二軸からなる平和外交の見地から日本の地位向上を模索していくことになるでしょう。
All of the people who hold tremendous influence in the politics and economy of Japan were born before the war, so naturally they want to regain the glory of pre-war Japan. The very idea that we can win next time if we research the new bomb that defeated us is itself a specter of the war. No, everyone already realized that. It was just that no one could speak out against the grandstanding elders they owe their gratitudes towards. Soon the old will wither away and the new generation will take control. Uncle Koizumi was, in a way, the last remaining pillar of the old generation. His death is a chance for the new generation to step in. Thing is, they couldn't argue openly. The things they couldn't argue openly are now being discussed. They've pointed out that from the beginning, the Alphabet Project was created for the personal satisfaction of a small group of people, and it sucked money out of the treasury. And so, the new generation of politicians have taken over from the old.
よってアルファベットに関わるすべてのプロジェクトで今後大幅な予算の見直しが図られていくことになります。これはもちろん入江機関も例外ではありません。どうかご了
わかりました。私たちもスポンサーあっての研究です。どうかよろしくお願いいたします。
I think this is where... oh, sorry. Idia responded appropriately, but he's obviously bewildered. I think this is like the major turning point overall, where Takano can change her ways, if that makes sense. By that I mean, this whole time she's been researching for the sake of creating a weapon. If they want peace, she could just say, well, look, we need to help these people out. And, you know, with us discovering this and understanding this, there's got to be other people around the world, and we could kind of like sell this as like, we've done research here, we can do research there, right? And we can offer a solution or peace or fucking whatever, right? That could just be whatever veil that she needs in order to then still do whatever the fuck she's trying to do here, you know? Anyway. The best equipment and staff are being provided to the Idia Institute. In other words, our research requires a huge amount of money. For those with no interest in Hinamizawa syndrome, they probably won't be able to understand why that much money is being put into the research of disgusting parasites. If they're simply going to revise our budget, that would be fine. We were receiving more than enough money. That would naturally be adjusted. It hurts, but we can endure. That's what I thought. But if just enduring was enough, then it would be it wouldn't be a one on the die. So even in that sense, this is definitely a roll of a die coming up as a one.
でありまして、この4月に新体制の理事会が発足し、全プロジェクトに対する新方針が示されました。これにつきましては、お配りします資料をご覧ください。
His papers were then passed around. He started to go over the details, but I read through quickly. So I could learn about their stupid decision
医療
first.
機関はこれまで先進的な研究において数々の目覚ましい成果を上げられ、未知であったひなみざわ症候群の全貌解明、そして治療薬の開発を成し遂げました。理事会でもこの成果は大変に高く評価しています。これもすべて入江所長以下入江機関全職員のたゆみない努力によるものと思っております。
いえ、恐縮です。
Even while he received their congratulations, a tense atmosphere surrounded me and Idia. It's customary to start the conversation in the opposite way you're planning to take it, before delving into your main point to convey. Right. Hey, you guys have been doing a great job. Anyways, we're cutting your funding. If the main issue is something good, then start with something bad. Or vice
入
versa.
江機関の研究目的は2つありました。ひなみざわ症候群の研究と治療法の確立、そして多面運用の模索です。新生理事会はこの後者の多面運用の模索については即時の中止を決定しました。これらの研究開発が国内で行われていた事実と痕跡は今後はむしろアキレス腱になりかねません。入江機関は直ちにこれに関わる全ての研究を中止し一切を破棄してください。
わかりました。ご指示に従います。
Idia replied with that immediately. Idia was assertive about finding a cure, but was never even remotely interested in researching the disease's use for military purposes, so I'm sure he has no qualms about concurring with such demands. But I don't agree, because our research will be more limited if we're just trying to find a cure. To me, finding that cure is simply a byproduct of my larger goal of discovering everything about the syndrome.
また、入江機関につきましては、最長3年以内をめどに研究の収束を図ってまいります。
ちょっと待ってください。近年ようやくひなみざわ症候群の全貌がわかり、 今まさに治療法の研究を進めているところです。確かに研究は日々進んでおりますが、3年という短い期間で確実に完成させられることをお約束はできません。
理事会では入江機関はすでに治療薬について十分な研究を完成させているという認識です。すでに入江機関は治療薬 C117 を完成させ、その臨床データを多数。
いえ、完成なんてとんでもない。まだまだ試薬の域を出ず、村人全員を治療できる目処は全く立っていません。このような段階で研究終了ありきでの議論は全くもって無謀としか言いようがありません。
I'm surprised that Idia objected. Thanks to him, I didn't have to say anything. But if Idia hadn't objected, I'm sure I would have shrieked in
それ
protest.
では入江機関には現時点では感染者全員を治療し、ひなみ沢症候群を撲滅することは不可能だということですね。
そうです。もちろん村人全員の治療とひなみ沢症候群の撲滅は将来的には不可能なことではありませんし、私もそれを最大の目標にしています。ただそれには十分な時間が必要で、そのためには無論予算も必要です。私たちは調べ、実践し、確立する仕事をしています。設計図に従ってものを作り、期間があれば必ず決まった成果が出せる仕事とは事情が違います。どうかそこを誤解なさらないようにしていただきたいです。
I guess Idia speaks out when he needs to. And what he's saying is absolutely right. Research isn't something guaranteed to produce results with money and time. But I disagree with some of the things he said. He's objecting about the time and money, but he's basically agreeing to limit our research only towards finding the cure for Hinamizawa syndrome. That won't do. We won't unravel any mysteries that way. At that rate, the discovery of the Hinamizawa syndrome won't be recognized as my grandfather's great achievement.
なるほど。入江所長のおっしゃることもごもっともと思います。私どもにとっての最大の目的は、軍事目的の研究が行われていたことの完全な破棄です。よって、ひなみ沢症候群という特殊現象が研究されていた痕跡と、そもそも存在していた事実についても隠蔽すべきであると考えます。最終的にひなみ沢症候群が世間に知られることなく撲滅されるならば、そのための期間と予算は必要不可欠なものでしょう。それについては今後協議を重ねていくということでよろしいでしょうか。
はい、依存ありません。
では入江機関はできるだけ早急にひなみ沢症候群撲滅を秘密裏に行えるプランと予算案を作成提出してください。
わかりました。早急に提出いたします。
誤解ないようにしていただきたいのは、私どもはあくまでも研究を直ちに中断させようというのではなく、円満な形で研究を終了させようということです。
ええ、もちろん理解しております。
While I was listening to their conversation, I was struck dumbfounded with something they said. Eradicating the syndrome in secrecy. In other words, it would be as though Hinamizawa syndrome never existed. So my grandfather's name will never be revered by anyone. The sound of rustling papers and hushed proceedings filled the meeting room, but I only heard the ticking clock as I clutched my sweating palms. Yeah. So that one ended up being more like 10 ones at once. Or was it? We'll find out. Let's move on to the next one, which is over here. New Wind. The Ryugu family's move is required. A watermelon from the Sonosuke family is required.
それじゃ、俺はそろそろおいとましますわ。どうもごちそうさまでした。
ねえねえ。また来たってな。
ただいまー。ってあれ、ひろしおじさん、お久しぶりです。
おお、ニアンちゃん、今帰りかい。おじさんは今から送迎だよ。
送迎？ああ、不動産屋さんのお仕事？
The Sonosuke family is one of the largest landowners here in the Hinamizawa area. However, since all of the land is out here in the countryside, it just ends up sitting there. Recently, the land owned by the Sonosuke family was put on sale in lots. At the family meeting, some of our relatives opposed the idea by saying we shouldn't sell off land that was handed down from our ancestors. But Granny snapped and shut them right up. Some of the unused fields were made into vacant lots and released for public sale. Actually, I had some questions about it too. Sanosuke family is very wealthy. We have plenty of lands as well as money. So why did we have to sell it off? What's more surprising to me is that Granny was the one who came up with the idea. I would have thought that she'd get furious if someone even mentioned something like that.
じゃあね、駅前に寄った時はぜひ遊びにおいでよ。麦茶くらいごちそうするから。
はい、ありがとうございます。お仕事はどんな感じですか？
都会な人が案外興味を持ってくれたからびっくりだわ。便利な都会に住みながら、わざわざこんな田舎に別荘が持ちたい小金持ちばっかりだね。
やれやれ、物好きなことで。
一見別荘じゃなくて引っ越しで検討されてるお宅があったね。アトリエが持ちたいとか言ってたから画家さんとかかね。
へえ、そりゃすごいや。
おっといけねえわ。じゃおじさんはバスに戻るわ。
Supposedly he planned a tour to show them the lots, and he's the one driving the bus. It should be about time for the tour and the explanations to end. He left in a hurry.
ねえ、聞いていい？よそ者嫌いのバッチャがさ、どうしてわざわざ分譲地なんかにしたの？
あたしゃよそ者なんか嫌いだし。だが村にゃ必要なんよ。空気の入れ替えみたいなもんさな。
外の人が来ることで何か村にいい影響があるっていうこと？
こかい村だね。今忙しい世の中だから、昔だったら10年20年住んでても何にも変わらん。
まあそれが田舎ってもんだしね。この村じゃ昨日と今日と明日に何の違いもない。あたしゃ退屈だけどね。
でも友達ができたろ。外から竜宮のレナちゃんが引っ越してきて友達になってくれたんだろうが。近い年の友達ができて嬉しい言うとったがな。
予期せぬ友達が突然できるのは楽しいね。
レナちゃんが来んとな。ミヨン学校が退屈だ退屈だ言うとったんね。いや覚えとる。
それが外から引っ越してくることによる効果だって言いたいわけ？
どんな寒い冬場にかてたまには換気をせんとな。いろりの悪い空気がたまって寒くてしんどいな承知で窓をガラリと開けることもあるんよ。
外から人を迎えることが村の換気になる。
ああ、そしてきれいな空気を入れてあたしらみたいな悪い空気やとっとと追い出されるべきなんよ。
If I bring up the Hojo family, I know Granny will explode, so I won't. But I think what Granny's trying to say includes things like their ongoing isolation. Even now, when she remembers about what happened at the explanatory meeting, she gets really upset. But I guess even she feels that that needs to come to an end. But of course, she can't just say she'll forgive them. Not when she's at this stubborn age. She can't lose face by openly saying that they need to be forgiven. Honestly, I think she's behaving like a little schoolgirl who actually likes a person, but treats them rudely when they're around. Maybe people really do go back to being children when they get old enough. I'm not just talking about Granny. The same can be said about all the old people in the village. No, maybe I should say the evil around here. That must be what she meant by bad air. There's no use circulating the air in a closed room. Unless you open the window and let fresh air in, the air in the room won't be purified. True.
実際に引っ越してくる人があるかはわからないけど、その人にそこまでを期待しちゃうのは気の毒じゃない？
It's also the whole, we need to have more people in the village with different mindsets, perhaps, or just having a variety in the village. Because like she said, if there's just too many old people just being assholes the entire time, it's not going to be great.
レナちゃんが一人転校してきても、ミオンは変わる。誰が引っ越してきても、きっと村は変わる。願わくば、それが元気な若者で、わしら年寄り連中が安心して村を任せられるくらい大暴れしてくれよると嬉しいんだがそれこそ年寄り連中がもうやっとれんねあの世に退散するわいうくらいにな。
何、死んだおじいちゃんの話？
あほんたれ、誰がじいさまの話をしたんよ。ほれ、お手伝いさん言って縁側のお茶を片付けさせてくれな。
It's pretty funny.
へいへい。了解了解。
No one thinks about your gramps.
北条聡が消えた日、前私に詰め寄ったろが。
ああ、そんなこともしたね。
あたしゃな、あれで目が覚めたんよ。北条家がどうのこうのいう問題はそんなの待たずはよう解決せんとなあかん。
でも自分にはそれができないからよそ者にそれを託す。
それがあたしにできる精一杯だね。
どんな悪い手札だって次のドローでいい札が入れば流れが変わるきっかけになることもある。それに期待して山から札を引くのもありかもしれない。
新しい風はミオン、お前らの世代になる。そしてお前は内からの風となって混じり合いながら村のよどみを吹き飛ばしてくれ。
I mean, it's kind of sweet seeing this because remember, this kind of shows you how she ended up becoming so receptive to Keiichi being so rude, I guess, quote unquote. Because remember, Keiichi like fucking threatened her. He's like, "I'll fucking strangle you right now if you don't forgive them." So she was kind of like, you know, accepting of him in that regard, because she started thinking like this even during this point before Keiichi moved in, at least a year or so before Keiichi moved in. I'm assuming this takes place a little bit after the Watanagashi and after Satoshi's death, of course, or disappearance, quote unquote.
他力本願の極みだね。自分が火種を作ったくせに孫にその尻拭いをさせるとは。
そういいなや。新しい風を新しい園崎家の当主として村に。
それが次期当主の仕事だってんなら
頼むわミオン。あたしゃ置いたね。もう憎まれ役しかできん。
The wind chimes sounded quietly. Maybe that's a sign to let us know a cool breeze is on the way. Yeah, or a new kind of wind. That was the name of the shard, by the way. Anyway. Let's go on to the next one, which is here. Disappointment. The death of Koizumi Sensei is required.
今日はこれくらいにしようか。気が乗らないみたいだからね。
あら、そんなことはないのよ。そう見えたならごめんなさいね。
Just like, whatever gave you that idea? That's so fucking funny. She's fucking pissed. She's so fucking mad, and then he's like, maybe we should call it a day. She's like, I don't know about that. Whatever made you think I was upset? No way I'm mad. Takano's been looking throughout the viewfinder, but I haven't seen her push the shutter at all. While she came along, I didn't think she's in the mood. While she came along, I don't think she's in the mood for bird watching. Takano must have been depressed ever since the announcement of new policies at the board meeting the other day. That's understandable. The Idiot Institute was created by her in the first place. It was created so that she can devote her life to researching Hinamizawa syndrome. For all that to be tossed aside while being asked to wrap up work within a few years, of course she's depressed. Besides, she can't even fully spend the rest of the time left on research. Their funding was being cut in stages, and by the end they'll barely be able to finish closing up, let alone research anything. I heard she's the granddaughter of the late Dr. Takano. Her determination to finish her grandfather's research is what kept her going until today. Since everything has been going so smoothly until recently, the sudden change in the wind's direction has been a real shock. The shift in people pulling the strings must be pretty serious. The board of directors was completely changed out, and she heard that people and projects influenced by the Koizumi faction were being restructured to set an example. The wind's new direction seemed likely to remain for a long time. It's highly unlikely that the Koizumi faction will come back into power, so no matter what we say, it's almost impossible to expect the same kind of support from them.
もうどうにもならないのかしら。
Unfortunately, there isn't. There's nothing anybody can do.
最初理事会では即時研究を中止という話も出たんだ。それをなんとか納得させて数年間で段階的に終了というところまで勝ち取ってくれたんだよ。入江機関発足で僕たちを世話してくれた人たちがね。
なるほど。一見最悪と思えるこの状況も、それでも陰で誰かが勝ち取ったギリギリの成果なのね。
それで勝ち取った期間がせいぜい3年なんだ。僕も一応努力はしたんだよ。高野さんが今日までに作った資料を理事会に説明し、とても重要な研究であることをアピールしたつもりなんだけど。
それでも3年でおしまいなのね。
Maybe Takano doesn't understand how hard I try to convince them. Because what she just said tells me the length of time left really doesn't matter to her. The important thing is that her research is being stopped. The fact is, I could only meet her expectations and made her feel disappointed. As a man, it kind of hurts.
僕にできることは、せめて研究が畳まれるまでの数年間、心残りがないよう研究できるだけの予算をつけるための根回しをしてあげることだけだ。ごめん。
いいのよ。それが二郎さんにできる精一杯なのなら、それでとても嬉しいもの。
Her words hurt me. I wish she'd chosen different ones, but I think that would be asking too much from someone so heartbroken. I must be understanding of her pain at a time like this. Besides, I know how close she was to the diseased Koizumi-sensei. She even called him uncle. To her, his death is not just the start of a coup or a change in direction. She lost a person who was always looking after her. No matter how hard she pushed herself to act villainous, she wasn't supposed to be a part of this world. She was just an ordinary woman. But she was intrigued by Hinamizawa syndrome, and she had to find help from someone who had more power than her to be able to continue the research on it. The dark side of the world, the world she should have never gotten involved in, extended its hand out to her. She was left all by herself in that world, and she's still trying to put on the brave face. I'm sure Takano thinks I'm unreliable. Realistically, I'm not the kind of person who can meet her expectations. Nor do I have the power to. The least I can do for her is stay sincere and remain her ally until the very end. Since she had so much room to act, it's harder for her to determine what actions to take when she's cornered. I wanted to believe she wouldn't, but I'm concerned that she might do something drastically eventually. I hope I can be of help to her in that very final moment before she makes her move. But I can't even gain enough trust from her to do that. How pitiful and pathetic. Of course, part of it is, as a man, I want her to rely on me. But that's not really it. She's been abandoned in this world and is all alone, so someone has to be her ally. And if I'm the only one who knows about that, then being her ally is my job. I know her too well, so I know that she'll never ask for help. Even if she says it's not necessary, someone has to be with her. I know that. I don't really think I'm suited for that job. I'm sure that there are many other reliable people out there who are more appropriate for this position than me. But I can't let her be alone until that person appears.
高野さん、僕は全然頼りがいもないし、みっともない男かもしれないけど。
何突然。どうしたの、二郎さん。
それでも頼ってもらえたらきっと力になれることもあると思うんだ。
Did you not learn from last time?
ありがとう。でも私、喋るだけでも心が軽くなるっていうのをあまり信じてないの。
そうかい。ならいいんだ。
There we go.
僕はずっと味方だから、それだけは信じていてほしいな。
もちろん信じてるわ。理事会をうまく説得できる方法があったらぜひ教えてね。
僕なりにも努力してみるよ。
Why is it? I know she's such a strong person and there's nothing someone like me can do for her. But somehow, I feel she needs help and support right now. She looks as tough as ever, but only I, who has been taking pictures of her all this time, can tell. A viewfinder, after all, is also a window to look into someone's heart. But if I say something like that, she'll tease me again, so I won't. Anyway, I never thought she needed support more strongly than I do right now. Thing is, all you had to do was just be like, hey, I'm here for you. And that's it. She told you that last time. She told you that last time that she doesn't need, that she doesn't, that if you say something like, you know, oh, you know, I'm kind of, you know, maybe I can help or whatever. She's like, you have to be cool about it. Anyway, the last one's this one. Deja vu. Completion of the medicine C117 is required.
Yeah, 中川君。随分の久方ぶりになるね。先はやってるのかい？あれ。いえいえ、もうさっぱりです。年は取りたくないもんですな。クレイやるときは集中してやらないとダメだよ。あんまり間を開けすぎると勘が鈍っちゃって意味ない意味ない。先生、ご紹介します。高野さんさです。
Oh, okay. So we're in a meeting with them again.
はじめまして。本日はお忙しい中、お時間をお割きくださいましてありがとうございます。
ああ、別に君のために時間を割いたわけじゃない。うまい生ウニが食わせてもらえるって話でね。ウニはいいんだよ君。ビタミン A が豊富でね。お肌に特にいいんだとか。女性は大好きでしょウニ。
It is true that sea urchins are rich in vitamin A, but compared to spinach, it's not anything that's worth making a fuss about. Well, none of that matters right now. He just seemed like an unpleasant man, so I wanted to criticize him. These men are the directors of the Alphabet Project who control the funding for the EDA Institute. They are also the people who are in the position of being able to offer their opinions to those directors. To put it in a simpler way, they are the new owners of the EDA Institute. Although, not as much as Uncle Koizumi was, they are also the leaders and influencers in various fields. I have to be very careful not to upset them. And therefore, there's no way I would have had the ability to call them in. By using the influence that the Koizumi faction once had, I finally managed to get this chance. Uncle Koizumi, who gave me his full support and made everything go my way, is not here anymore. I'm on my own from this point on, and I will open up a path. But this stage just doesn't belong to me today. I can't let the people who offered me this chance lose face, so I have to wait patiently until it's my turn. My primary objective today is to explain what a prominent research subject the Hinamizawa syndrome is, and acquire an indefinite extension for our research. They only ever think about money, so they aren't even realizing the hidden potential of Hinamizawa syndrome. They don't recognize that it's worth spending a lot of money in. This is not mere research on the existence of an unknown parasite, but something that may overthrow the basic foundations of anthropology. A Nobel Prize wouldn't be enough. It won't be easy trying to explain all that to the men who know nothing about about any of it, but I have to. That's why I spent many hours making these straightforward support documents. Sometimes we make documents confusing purpose because we don't like dealing with uneducated people, but this time it's different. True? That is actually one of the that's one of the reasons why like scientific papers are so hard to read for the most part. And then also like people can be very annoying about just like everything. Like imagine you write a paper and then you have, you know, people that are not from the scientific community just criticizing you for it. You get emails and emails and emails and emails about it. Just imagine you write a scientific paper that's controversial for some reason. Let's just say for whatever reason, I don't know, like broccoli is actually bad for you. And then you go super into it, but it's a very easy paper to digest. You might have people that are from the scientific community praising you for your discovery. But then some random media outlet takes hold of it, right? Let's just say, I don't know, fucking the New York Times is like, new research shows that broccoli is actually unhealthy for you. And then everyone propagates it. All the mainstream media sites, all the mainstream media newspapers start doing that as well. And then all of a sudden you have random people who you don't know of, like spamming your email inbox with criticism, and they'll be like, I read your paper, or I didn't read your paper, how dare you say that broccoli's unhealthy, broccoli's not unhealthy, you're fucking stupid, so on and so on. And just imagine email after email after email after email, and it's just nonstop. The same thing would be happening here as well. If some sort of like, that's why a lot of the scientific world is kind of closed off to the general masses, because the average person sometimes cannot understand like the depth, or can't see past the surface level of like whatever it is that's being researched. And they kind of just like see, oh, okay, well, they're testing on people is bad. Instead of like, oh, they're testing on people for this or this or this, right? They might not see what the outcome might be for the greater good and so on and so forth. But anyway, I can't look down at them. I must sincerely try to make them understand. The accessible support documents are there in a huge pile. It feels like we're wasting time eating traditional Japanese food in such a relaxed mood. I want to get to the point and explain to them in detail so they can understand. But there's a saying, luck lies in the last helping. I have to be patient right now.
正直ね、これまでのアルファベットはあまり良くないと思うのです。結局こいつは未だ頭の中が時代遅れの年寄りどものね、お砂場
年寄りどもが自分のじゃない金で過去の栄光を取り戻す、そんな年寄りどもの妄想のために一体どれだけの公金が垂れ流されたやら。
聞いた話じゃ、奥野先生あたりが検察をつっついて旧理事会を横領で追わせてるらしいですな。
年寄りたちをよいしょしてうまい汁を吸っていた連中の末路ですな。もっとも表沙汰にはできんでしょうから、別件で隕石左遷といった形になるんでしょうが、いやはや、これも戦前の亡霊をずっと野放しにしていた日本のツケですな。いやー、この野球にの汁もたまらない。
これは手厳しい。そんな中で先生にこんなお願いをするのは非常になんですが、一つお時間を頂戴できればと思いまして。
入江機関さんでしたっけ？確か長野だか岐阜の方で風土病の研究をされてるんでしたな。どういうことになってましたっけ？
理事会の決定で軍事転用研究が中止に。あと研究そのものも3年以内に段階的終了に決定しています。いえ、これは継続協議中でした。まあそのいずれにしましても数年以内に閉鎖になる予定です。
思い出した。入江機関さんは旧理事会でも評判が悪かったみたいですな。何しろ莫大な予算をほとんど無審査で吸い取ってましたからね。
某大先生がどういうわけか、このプロジェクトをやたら後押しされてたみたいでしてね。その絡みもあって結局誰も文句が言えずに放置されてきたってのが実際のようです。
まあでもな、某大先生は女癖が悪かったからそれもあったのかもしれませんな。
Is he implying that I slept with Uncle Koizumi? He's insulting both of us, but I held my anger in. I can't let myself be bothered by something like this.
それで本日は 当機関の研究内容について説明させていただき、当機関に対する理事会の決定についてどうかご再考をお願いしたいと思いまして、お時間を頂戴させていただきました。本日はこのような場へご多忙な中お越しいただきましたことを深く御礼申し上げます。
ま、ただでウニが出てくるわけはないってことですな。
I explained to them how much the Hinamizawa syndrome mattered, while being very careful not to go too fast. I try to let them know that the syndrome's potential is not limited to small things like military applications, but is much more meaningful than that. It may explain ideology and religion. It may even shake the very definition of a human being. I took my time to explain as slowly and as clearly as possible. I'm not confident that all of it had gotten through to those boorish men, but I'm happy if they understood even just a part of it. As long as they understand how much of a magnificent discovery Hinamizawa syndrome really is.
ありがとう、サンサ。なるほど。
ちょっと検討したいので、サンサには一度下がってもらってよろしいですかな。
はい、それでは失礼させていただきます。
Obviously, they can't discuss in front of me. I left all the documents with them. All I could do now was hope that they viewed them favorably. I left the room and closed the sliding door. The room next door is a preparation room, so I was to head there. But I stopped. I shouldn't have done it, but I tried to listen in through the sliding door.
こりゃなんと言いますか。全理事の皆さんも気の毒としか言いようがありませんな。
いやー小泉先生がですね、非常に強く押されていまして。
小泉先生にはローウェル製薬日本法人の初代顧問に就任された時に一度お会いし、とても聡明な方だなという印象を強く持っていたのですが、
人間年には勝てないということですな。何事も引き際が肝心だと思い知らされますよ。
ただですね、ひなみ沢症候群という非常に珍しい病気があるのは事実でございまして、決して全てが全て妄想というわけではありませんでして。
入江機関はすでに病気の解明と治療薬の開発に成功しているというじゃありませんか。それで十分ですよ。
現代日本にとって周辺諸国を過敏にさせる件については厳に慎むべきです。中でも軍事分野は最も敏感と言えるでしょう。少なくとも数年間にわたり軍事目的の研究がされていた事実は直ちに抹消しなくてはなりません。
それは軍事研究の中止とは別に。
そうです。ひなみ沢症候群は生物兵器開発のための研究という事実は直ちに研究を中止したとしても残ります。ひなみ沢症候群を目的は何であれ研究した事実は厳重に隠蔽されなければなりません。できればひなみ沢症候群そのものがなくなってしまうのが好ましい
ですな。病気が残ればやがては関心を持つ者が現れ、せっかく埋めた穴をわざわざ掘り返す輩が現れないとも限りません。理事会の決定通り、入江機関は病気を撲滅させ次第、研究の痕跡を全て消した上で解散させるのがいいでしょ
う。Oh boy.
やはりそういう結論に行き着きますな。ノーベル賞が取れるかどうかが問題ではなく、戦後日本にとって無用な研究だということです。そもそも大昔から存在し、特に異常もなくやってこれたわけでしょ。やぶをつっつく研究なのではと当初から思っていました。
同感ですな。ひなみ沢症候群という病気の存在自体は疑わないが、私も資料を読みながらユニークな発想をする人だなぁと思っておりました。第一、寄生虫で人の思想が染まるなんて聞いたことがない。そりゃいくらなんでもひどすぎる。
If we try to explain religions with this, then Buddha, Christ, and all those people would be, what was it again, queen carriers? If we tried exposing something like this, we'd be attacked by every nation on the planet. Religion is pretty scary nowadays.
動物の脳に寄生する寄生虫がいるなら、たまには人間の脳に寄生する寄生虫がいてもいいとは思う。しかし、その寄生虫が思想や人格までもコントロールする可能性なんてのはさすがにこりゃちょっとユニークすぎます。
As I peeked through the gap in the sliding door, I became trapped within an unbelievable sense of deja vu. It was my first time experiencing this, but it doesn't feel that way. I don't know why, but this memory is so sad and so painful. Huh? Why? Tears. Before I realized it, I saw a very nostalgic carpeted room on the other side of the sliding door, and instead of a room covered in tatami mats, the room is filled with the smell of dust mixed with the smell of some evaporated medicine. But it's very soothing to me just the same. And there is my grandfather. His article that he poured his heart into was made a mockery of, yet he wasn't even allowed to cry. This isn't a delusion. Because within the documents I left with those men, there are a lot of references to the article that my grandfather wrote. So I'm not surprised for my grandfather to be standing right there explaining it to them himself. Together with my tears, I'm seeing the sight of my beloved grandfather. I watch these men insult and belittle his masterpiece. I've seen the sight before, and the sight should have ended there. But why is it repeating before my eyes? I can only blankly peek through the sliding door at this strange world where reality and illusion overlap.
あのサンサもちょいとおかしいし、こんな世まいごとを信じた小泉先生もおかしいが、やはりこの第一発見者の論文が一番おかしいですな。
期待と妄想が入り混じっていて、これは論文というより創作の次元ですな。というか、これはこのままどこかの出版社に持ち込んで本にした方がウケると思いますよ。
確かに確かに。私の友人に出版社の社長をやってるのがいてね。きっと面白がって読んでくれると思いますよ。
笑い事ではありませんぞ、皆様方。このとんでもない研究がまかり通って、巨額の予算が数年間にもわたって投じられていたのですからな。特にひどいのは、万一の場合に備えて相当危険な機材を用意しているという点です。これは絶対に国民に知られてはならないことです。
計画が存在しただけでも恐ろしいのに、終末作戦なんて緊急措置の存在を知られてしまったら、国外は愚か国内世論も敵に回すことになるだろうね。しかもその機材の維持費がすごいことになってるじゃないか。
そんなの本当に維持費にしてるわけないじゃないですか。そういう名目にしてトンネルしてる架空プロジェクトでしょ、どうせ。
大体何でしたっけ。少女が一人死ぬだけで村人が一斉に異常行動を起こす病気なんて、あなたどこの漫画の話ですか。
まったくまったく、こんな子供騙しを鵜呑みにして巨額の予算を垂れ流すとはつくづくいかんと思いますな。こんな資料を真に受ける連中がいるというんだから、実にバカバカしいことです。
As he said that, he placed the documents down with an exaggerated gesture. Actually, I should say he slammed them down, because the papers ended up scattered all over the floor.
ですよな。あ、ちょいと失礼。お手洗いに。
One of the men stood up and stepped on the papers. And they weren't the papers on the tatami mats, but the ones on the carpet. Right there, I can see my grandfather filled with heart-rending sadness. Yet he can't let it show on his face. Grandfather's expression didn't change, yet it seemed distorted to me. I could see the walls of my grandfather's study crumpling and twisting behind him. I jumped into the room. I grabbed onto the man's legs. I don't hate him. No, it's not whether I hate him or not. Sure, I hate him, but that's not it. I just can't forgive the feet stepping on my grandfather's article.
踏まないで踏まないで、おじいちゃんが頑張って書いたんだから足で踏んだりしないで。
あ、失礼。
Those feet are still stepping on the papers. I try to make them move, but they won't even budge, as though they've grown roots. So I begged as I grabbed onto his legs. I try to pull the papers from under his feet, but I can't move his feet. I can't pull out the papers. My sobbing echoed in that silent room, just like it did back then. How unfortunate. But that's kind of what you get. So we're kind of seeing the things going quote unquote our way now, which is interesting. Either way, what is the next one? So we're almost done. We've got about, let's see. So we've got 10, 11, 12, 13. We've got 14 fragments left before we're done with this. The next one is actually here in page 6. An invitation to an end. A raw sea urchin and vitamin A are required. Like, some of these fucking requirements are so stupidly worded. So stupidly worded. A big teddy bear is required. She needs moral support. So an invitation to an end. Grandfather's articles were trampled on. We have proof as clear as the pathogen causing Hinamizawa syndrome, so why can't they believe it in its life cycle? Because they've never heard of that before? Because they can't imagine it? Because there's no way something so absurd could be true? Don't tell me that. I can't bring myself to care about the limits of those commoners' understanding. Why can't anyone believe the truth of my grandfather's article, which has been proven by the Idia Institute? Why do people continue to believe that humans are a special existence? Humans are simply a species of animal. When various parasites that control their animal host exists, how can people declare parasites that use humans as their host don't? True. Wait, this isn't the problem? Not at all. Because everyone believed my grandfather's article up until now. Isn't that why the Ministry of Health and Defense Agency lent me their assistance? But out of nowhere, they turned cold. In other words, every bit of their help was because of Uncle Koizumi, Uncle Koizumi had my back. So nobody actually read my grandfather's article? Did they just pretend to in order to make Uncle Koizumi happy? What is the meaning of everything I've done up until today? I thought I'd achieved something, but what have I really accomplished? I don't know what's going on, and all I can do is wallow in grief. The more I think about it, the more I no longer understand the meaning of my own life. Didn't Mio Takano devote her life to being useful to her grandfather? Then I haven't done anything for him at all. Count 3 with my grandfather, and I go on to count 4. What a crazy thing to say. No. If I let my mind wander, doubt about myself and my life will slip in. So I'm just going to fill the gap in my heart with alcohol. Is it that strange to presume the existence of something that can influence human thoughts? It's true that Hinamizawa syndrome isn't the actual cause of ideology. The best I can do is drive people mad. Socialism or capitalism don't originate with it. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that was actually like the case? Like, they mentioned like Christ and Buddha being queen carriers. Can you imagine Karl Marx being a queen carrier? And him not realizing it? Meanwhile, he was living with the bourgeoisie and being bourgeoisie himself. And then it wasn't until he got kicked out that Hinamizawa syndrome kicked in. Or maybe in this one it'd be Marxism syndrome, where he starts throwing a bitch fit because people hate him. And he's like, well, I'm just gonna convince a bunch of people to like believe in my ideology. And then it just becomes the whole, I can't wait for society to collapse so my ideology can rise from the ashes. That'd be so fucking funny. And not just with Marxism, but think of any like historical influential figure. Can you imagine that they were all queen carriers? Anyway, the article came from that time and age, so some of its inferences may be exaggerated or biased, but that's no reason to deny its foresight. You can't simply say it's crazy and push it aside. Besides, the most important thing they ignored is the fact that Rika Furude, the queen carrier, holds the fate of the village in her hands. Right, SMT? My grandfather had predicted the importance of the danger of the queen carrier since beginning his research on Hinamizawa syndrome. But the hypothesis of the infected community collapsing into madness if the queen carrier dies is a Pandora's box that can't be proven. How far away was the hospital in SMT3 from SMT3 takes place in Tokyo, doesn't it? If so, then never mind. It's quite a ways away. But then I was thinking, like, what if all the people that had a quote-unquote reason were queen carriers at this point? Anyway, it can only be confirmed after Erika Furude's death, and if she dies, it'll be too late. But there's no mistake that Erika Furude is a queen carrier in the very special existence. 3 hours away from... Okay, then yeah. But there's a good chance that all the protagonists from Nocturne were all queen carriers. It's clear from the various experiments we performed that she has a special influence on the infected villagers. Her death really could trigger the collapse of the entire village. That's no mistake. My grandfather predicted it. To say all of that sounds like a comic book is just too cruel. For them to call the various preparations we've made to protect her a fictional project that was used to tunnel funds. What I'm doing now is simply what my grandfather was going to do. Therefore, insulting my research is the same as insulting my grandfather. According to my grandfather's article, the first thing that needs to be done when researching the syndrome is to protect the queen carrier. Yet they ridiculed that more than anything else. The more I think about it, the more their words stick in my memory. I can almost hear their voices, and I can't stop myself from covering my ears. I'm sure that the members of the board of directors think I'm crazy. I was trying to petition for the EDA Institute not to be shut down, but it backfired. The members must think that Hinamizawa syndrome is some kind of a joke, and I'm sure they'll push even harder now to put a stop to our research. If that happens, I would have to go back to researching as an individual. In other words, the same as what my grandfather did. There's a limit to what an individual can do. It's doubtful if I would even be able to go back to researching it individually. Once the EDA Institute is disbanded, everyone is obligated to keep confidential until we die. I signed a contract to that extent. That's not just a simple promise. If we were to break it, a special unit like the Mountain Dogs would come after me to ensure that I keep everything confidential. True? Even if that doesn't happen, the EDA Institute is to eradicate the syndrome within a few years and to bury every trace of it, including the results of our research. This isn't the normal process of research and treatments. They want to pretend nothing ever happened to begin with. I wanted to continue to complete my grandfather's work, but what's happening now will result in the complete opposite. I'm actually helping to eliminate my grandfather's hard-earned research from this world. A treatment has been created already. Although Edie is as passionate as I am about developing a cure, he's not particularly interested in any other aspect of our research. I hate to admit it, but he has more experience and talent than I do. I'm sure he'll come up with a plan for eradicating Hinamizawa syndrome within 3 years as requested by the new board of directors. And that board of directors will provide us just enough funds to bury the syndrome. Idia will do that happily. Just like the time when he disposed of all the research data on test medicine H170 as we requested. All I can do is passively hinder them, just like they did me, while watching the Hinamizawa syndrome get eradicated. And when everything is over, I will finally complete an article which is destined to be destroyed. Should I kill myself with thoughts of it in my head so I can at least present the article to my grandfather? He won't be happy even if I did that. On the contrary, he'll be disappointed in me for throwing the research he spent half of his life on down the drain. He won't embrace me, I know that for sure. I wanted to reveal Hinamizawa syndrome to the world. I wanted the world to acknowledge my grandfather's masterpiece. I wanted to carve his name in history and promote him to a god. My grandfather waited, believing that day would come, and he must be patiently waiting still, even after entering his eternal sleep. But I ruined it. I wanted him to become a god. I was going to become a god myself too. And we will be together forever, and I'll never have to be alone. If I become a god, God won't test me. There won't be any unhappiness. There won't be a sudden train accident. My grandfather won't go away, nor will Uncle Koizumi. I'll never have to go back to being alone. I am alone. I have no allies. I was just dancing in ecstasy on stage without anybody watching. I had only just realized that there was no applause but only ridicule. No, it's doubtful there was actually anyone in the audience to begin with. My parents died, my grandfather died, and then Uncle Koizumi died. 3 times had God toyed with me with their rolls on the dice. I thought I overcame each of these trials with my own strength, but I didn't. I was protected by a new guardian each time, and this time I have no guardians left to protect me. When I first arrived in Hinamizawa, I had every intention of challenging God and kicking him off his throne. But now, forget challenging God. I'm just a loser being played with. I suddenly can't find it within myself to care about anything. Because if I cared, I'd be swallowed by sadness. Soaking my heart in alcohol is all I can do to forget about everything. A luxurious black car abruptly stopped next to me. I became sober immediately, as cars like that remind me of the time when I was captured after escaping from the orphanage. Suspicious-looking men in black suits and sunglasses got out of the car. I realized it instantly. They must have been sent by one of my clients. being involved in the development of biological weapon, being the main person responsible for it, and on top of that, being mentally unstable. They obviously don't want me walking around freely. They're going to abduct me, seal me in concrete, and erase my existence. Or so I thought. I expected them to grab me and shove me into the car, but surprisingly, they bowed deeply to me instead.
高野美代三等陸佐でありますね。
普段はね、今はただの飲んだくれの負け犬よ。
お会いしたい方がいらっしゃいます。どうか私たちにご同行いただけないでしょうか。
拒否してもどうせ無理やり連れて行くつもりなんでしょう。
I'll be killed anyway. I can't make my grandfather's wish come true even if I live. Cynical thoughts like that ran through my head. The person in the back seat said,
無理にとは申しません。ですが、きっと賛成のお力になれると思っております。
Who the fuck is this? I've never met this young woman before. She must be around my age. She knows about the Idiot Institute, so she must be somehow connected to my clients. She's too young to be one herself. I bet a client who doesn't want to expose himself sent her. Even if I live, I can't make my grandfather a god. I can't be a god myself either. Who cares about where a loser like me gets killed anyway? I made up my mind and got into the back seat. I believe we've seen this background before, but just in case I'll show it off again. It's from one of the opening scenes, I believe chapter 5, when Shion is like getting, coming back from the city, or coming back from her, from the school she escaped from. I made up my mind and got into the back seat. As soon as I got in, the luxurious car smoothly took off. Silence filled the car for a time. They're the ones that invited me. I don't have anything to say to myself, or to say myself.
おそらくご存じないでしょうが、高野さんとは小泉先生の奔走の時、すれ違っております。
あら、そうでしたの。覚えていなくて申し訳ないです。
There were so many people at the funeral. I can't recall any of them. But why is that? But why is that what she's opening with? Does that mean she belongs to the Koizumi
小
faction?
泉先生は戦後日本復興のオピニオンリーダーの一人として長く活躍されてきました。今日の平和日本を語る上で小泉先生の功績に触れずして説明することは難しいでしょう。戦後の焼け野原から復興するときは我が国の有志たちも一枚岩でしたが、残念ながら今もそうであるとは言えません。平和な時代が進み、焼け野原を知らぬ世代が国の中枢に入り始めるにつれ、当初の高貴な志を知る者は次第に減っていってしまいました。小泉先生はそんな高貴な同志の最後の長老として21世紀へ我が国を導いてくださる大黒柱だったのですね。
小泉先生の死後、小泉派は急速に没落。代わって他の派閥が勢力を伸ばし、いろいろと大変なことになっているでしたっけ？
I heard about these things from Jito. It's really no different from the Sengoku era. When a lord or military leader died back then, the struggle to become his successor brought chaos to the nation. This country hasn't changed for hundreds of years.
その通りです。残念ながら平和日本は住みよい国づくりを実践してきましたが、同時に発足当時の高貴な志を忘れさせてもしまいました。現在東京は各派閥が小泉先生の開けた席と利権をめぐって争いが絶えない状態です。小泉先生をはじめすでに他界された。
それと私に何の関係が？
あなたはそれの最大の被害者ではありませんか。今日までに風向きが突然変わるような体験を十分にされていると思いますね。
It's true that our research began because of Koizumi Sensei's support. And the pressures we faced under the anti-Koizumi faction have been tempestuous and cold. Maybe for them, Every project that Koizumi-sensei left behind is an eyesore, regardless of what that project is. In other words, that simply means they rejected the research itself, doesn't it? I mean, yeah, I guess at this point it does. Come to think of it, something like this happened to my grandfather too. Back then, Koizumi brought authorities from various fields to see him. They talked down to my grandfather, despite the praise they'd given earlier. Koizumi-sensei told me that the masterminds were responsible for that.
ひなみ沢症候群の研究はアルファベットプロジェクトで最大のもので、予算、体制その他プロジェクトの目玉だったと言っても過言ではありません。故にアルファベットの権益を独占したい連中によってあなたの研究はそのスケープゴートにされたのです。スケープゴート。決してひなみ沢症候群の研究が否定されたという意味ではないということです。彼らにとって重要なのはそのプロジェクトの派閥であり内容ではありません。本日結局私は見せしめの羊ということなのね。私が何の研究をしていようとどうでもいい。この研究が小泉派のものであったということだけが彼らの関心。そういうことです。派閥は風向きそのもの。順風な時もあれば逆風となる時もあります。その変わった風向きを取り戻すのは残念ながら容易なことではありません。私のクライアントたちが敵対的になったので元に戻すのは容易ではないということ。そうです。アルファベットプロジェクトは完全に乗っ取られてしまいました。理事は全て変わり彼らの私欲を肥やすためだけに決定をします。あなたの捨て身の説明など初めから彼らには耳を貸す気もないのです。
I grasped my knees, remembering that humiliating day.
ここで一度話を折ります。それは研究者としての知的な好奇心から。あなたが祖父と呼び敬愛していた高野先生との約束ではないのですか。
Well, that's surprising. Koizumi-sensei once told me that this fact could become a hindrance, so I've never told any of my clients about it. How did she find out? If they know that, maybe they know a lot more about us than I think.
どこでそれを知ったんですか。小泉先生からです。私たちはあなたの敵ではありません。どうかお楽になさってください。
I don't know who she really is, but I know she's here because she wants something from me. So what is it that she wants? She knows about the relationship between my grandfather and me, so I can't be careless.
私たちがあなたの力になるにはあなたに本当のことを話していただかなくてはなりません。つまり腹を割っていただきたいということです。おっしゃる意味がわかりません。高野さんがひなみ沢症候群を研究する本当の目的は何ですか。
To have my grandfather's masterpiece acknowledged for what it is, and to have him become a god.
高野先生の研究を世間に認めさせること。あなたの祖父が心を込めて書き上げた論文を踏みつけてないがしろにしたことへの復讐ではありませんか。
I'm reaching the limit of not letting my surprise show on my face. How much does this woman know about me? In the first place, who is she? How does she know everything I'm thinking? I can't admit that out loud. In any case, I have appearances to consider. But while this elegant woman was wearing an angelic smile, she laughed with a devil's seductive whisper several times better at it than I am. A simple smile and a devilish grin are completely different. An ordinary smile means goodwill, but a malicious smirk means the complete opposite. This woman can read my deepest thoughts, and while doing so, she's testing me to see how honest I can be with her. Whether I tell her the truth or not isn't the issue here. She's testing me to see if I can trust her enough to confess everything.
もしも私の言っていることが全くの勘違いでしたらどうかお許しください。お好きな駅までお送りさせます。 この近くですと5ぐらい気がいいでしょうか。
Gogura? The fuck are we doing all the way out here?
でももし私の言っていることがあなたの本当の気持ちに少しでも近いのでしたら、私とあなたは力を貸し合える関係になれると思います。どうですか、高野美代さん。
I can't say anything in reply, but I think that simply remaining silent might also be an answer. I want to hear what she wants from me. I've always phrased my objective as some vague idea of turning my grandfather into a god, but she just taught me what my true objective is. I want to get revenge for my grandfather's suffering. I want those people to fight over the right to read the article they once trampled on and mocked. I want them to believe, no, to worship every single word my grandfather left behind. That is my true objective. This woman has stated out loud that which I have only whispered within myself. She even asked me if she was correct. Is this woman an angel or a devil? If I'm a human, is she in existence above me?
あなたの不幸は自分の目的を具体的に理解していなかったことなのです。だからいつまでも惰性で研究を続けても至れない。ひなみ沢症候群の神秘を探るという抽象的な目的を掲げ、いつまでも達成できず、自らの人生に疑問を抱かざるを得なかったのです。そうでしょそう、それは違う。あなたの真の目的、いえ、夢はそんな抽象的なものじゃない。思い浮かべることができますか。それはこういう状況。この国の中枢を預かる真の頂点たちがあなたの祖父の論文を読み、その内容に驚きながら一片の疑いもなく信じてくれること。彼らは裏側に足跡が残るその論文をうやうやしく読み、その先見性あふれる研究に敬意を示し、恐れおののく。想像できましたかしら。
She's saying everything she wants to hear. This is my first time envisioning something like this, and yet it's been my dream all along.
ひなみ沢症候群という言葉はあなたの祖父が作られたのでしょ。その言葉がこの国の津々浦々にまで響き渡り、あなたの祖父の生み出した言葉が永遠に刻まれて残る。永遠に刻まれて残る。そう、それはあなたの祖父が、その偉業が永遠の存在に昇華されるということ。それがあなたが高野美代として生涯を捧げる夢じゃないのかしら。
My grandfather's masterpiece will be remembered forever. Remembered forever.
なのにその偉業を全く理解できない豚たちはあなたのその夢を単なる派閥争いや権益の奪い合いの生贄とし、あなたの祖父の論文をぎゅっと見つけたように。あなたは悔しい。とても悔しい。あなたが一生懸命作った資料を、そう、あなたのおじいちゃんが一生懸命作った論文と同じもの。おじいちゃんの偉業をバカにした豚どもが許せない。そうでしょ。そうじゃないですか。本当はそう。それを心優しいあなたが人を罵る言葉を知らなくて考え至らなかっただけ。
An indescribable emotion is filling me, making me feel like I'm suffocating. The sensation of being cautious and calm, of trust and mistrust, are all blending together. My heart is beating fast and my fingertips are shaking. Why am I at peace? Is it because she reminded me of my true dream that I couldn't express with my own words until now? Is it because she made me aware of the anger within myself? Why am I hesitant? Is it because she's reminded me of things I've never told anyone until now? No, those are the things I've never even told myself.
ねえ、ミオさん。もし私の言ったことが間違っていないどころか、大正解なのだったら、私はあなたの夢を、復讐を、きっと手伝ってあげることができると思います。どうなさったのかしら。大具合が悪いのかしら。ならもうこれ以上お話に付き合わせるのも悪いですよね。違う。
A small noise leaked pathetically out of my mouth, like a child apologizing for a prank.
何かおっしゃったかしら。
I know she heard me. The woman smiled, trying to make me say it again.
具合悪くないです。ならよかったです。話を続けましょう。私の夢がそうなら、あなたに何ができるというんですか。あなたの2つの復讐をお手伝いします。一つはあなたの祖父のための復讐。あなたの祖父の論文を嘲笑った者たちにもう一度うやうやしく手に取らせてやりましょう。彼らが土足で踏みつけたその論文をね。もう一つはあなたと祖父の約束であり心のつながりでもある症候群の研究を、派閥争いだけを理由に踏みにじり、研究を彼らの権益のためだけに終わらそうとする理事会への復讐。あなたの目の前で資料を踏みにじり、あなたの人生さえも踏みにじろうとした豚どもへの復讐。祖父の論文を手に取らせ、それを踏みにじった理事会に復讐する。こちらも腹を割りますと、もちろんお手伝いをするのは私たちの利害が一致するからです。小泉先生が日本の未来のために立ち上げられたプロジェクトを先生亡き後に食い物にしようとする輩を放置することはできません。私たちにもっと力があればそのような輩の介入を許しはしないのですが、豚どもが私欲を肥やすための豚小屋となり果てました。そのようなプロジェクトをこれ以上放置することがアルファベットプロジェクトの名付け親でもあられる小泉先生も望まれません。プロジェクトは小泉先生の理想を離れた時点で畳まれるべきなのです。派閥争いの生贄羊を今度は狼にしようというつもりですか。あなたが今のまま生涯公開できぬ祖父の論文を胸に隠居されることを選ぶおつもりでしたら、無理にとは申しません。
No, I won't let that happen. I don't mind falling to the ground myself, but at least my grandfather's article.
あなたとおじいちゃんの結晶である論文を永遠のものにはしたくないですか。それはだってあなたの念願のはずじゃないのですか。それが私の生きる目的。あなたの本当の夢を叶えるチャンスを私たちがお手伝いします。
On the night I decided I was a loser in my life and drowned myself in tears and alcohol after being abandoned by everything, I met someone who could be an angel or a devil. Is this divine salvation or the devil's seduction? I fought with the board of directors regarding the continuation of our research, but that was completely off target. That wasn't my true goal. My objective isn't to continue researching Hinamizawa syndrome. It's to have the world acknowledge my grandfather's research as a masterpiece. Somehow, the method for achieving that swapped places with my objective and caused me to misunderstand myself. The purpose of my life isn't to continue my grandfather's research. It's to get revenge and repay them for my grandfather's suffering. That is what this woman is saying. She's promising to make my grandfather's research eternal. She's also promising an opportunity to take revenge against those who laughed at it. When Uncle Koizumi died, I thought God was playing dice with my fate. But my unshakable conviction gathered together a power stronger than God's die. So maybe this meeting happened for a reason. Curse you, God. You're testing me again. I will overcome the death of Uncle Koizumi. I will make my grandfather an eternal existence by taking revenge against the God who tested me. I will, for certain. I will take my revenge. God. So as this like story is going on, right? Like as we're continuing with these shards, it's kind of funny how like a bit ago, literally in the like the last 3 shards, we're seeing the downfall of Takano's research and where it's going, right? We're seeing how it's just everyone's mocking her. Your research is going to be shut down soon. You're getting no more funding, blah 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 blah. No one's going to remember any of this. And Ryukishi, again with his masterful writing, he's making you think, yeah, you're almost done with the shards. There's like 14 left. Look at how like Takano is just, you know, going down. He gives you that hope on a hook, and the second you stick it in your mouth, he pulls as hard as he can with the next shard, and that hook is jammed into your cheek. Because now we have another revelation of something we had never seen before. Of another force that is now willing to fund or help Takano out in some way, shape, or form. The more I read through these chapters, I don't think there's been a single chapter that I've read where I have not thought of that one dude on Reddit who decided to spoil himself after reading chapter 1 because he thought that this was just going to be some murder mystery and that Keiichi did it or some shit, right? Or that the Sonozaki family did it, and that they're just, you know, it's just a story about like a village murdering people and then others hiding it. I can never get, there's not been a single chapter where I have not thought about that exact post. Because it's so fucking funny to me that you think that you're so fucking smart that you're like, okay, fine. Instead of just reading the second chapter, or even if you think you know what the mystery is, instead of just going along with it, you're like, nah, I'm just gonna spoil myself for it. And you're so fucking like in your own mind, you're so set in your own ways that you think this is a story in which a village murders people. There is a murderer, and this person's probably the murderer. They're not seeing that there's 8 fucking chapters of this. And the second they spoil this, like the huge twist for this story for themselves, they have a mental breakdown. They start throwing a bitch fit because they could not cope with the fact that this goes from a, hey, there's people suddenly disappearing like once a year in this village in the mountains in Japan, to, hey, the Japanese government is studying bioweapons that are suddenly found within this specific group of individuals in the mountains. Also, this bioweapon is linked directly to these fucking parasites that are inside of the host's brain that end up controlling them, as a matter of fact, and they control all their actions. Also, this may be linked to how political influences, or not political leanings or ideologies, might be created, how religion might be created, and it might even be linked to how society as a whole came to be throughout time, where incredible influential individuals were queen carriers and thus were able to garner the will of the people around them in order to do whatever the fuck they wanted to do, right? Can you imagine the mindfuck this guy had? Can you imagine being this dude? You're so set in your ways, you're so set in thinking, okay, I'm a very smart person. This is definitely a story about just a village murdering people. And then it becomes that the moment you start spoiling yourself for it. Again, there's not a day that goes by that I don't fucking think about that whenever we're covering Higurashi. Like the more chapters go on, it's just crazy to think that someone out there spoiled all of this for themselves. This is like this fucking little shard, An Invitation to an End, is so full of like just intrigue and just mystery, and then also just like, you know, just more story for the acute like reader. And this guy just ruined all that for himself. This is why, like, I like, if I ever recommend this, like, I have a friend who actually asked me recently, like, because I remember mentioning Higurashi to her. I was like, oh yeah, I'm streaming it. She's like, oh, I've heard of that. I think I've watched the anime some time ago. And then I explained, like, oh yeah, I'm streaming it with, like, you know, this mod that lets me use, like, voice acting and stuff like that. She's like, oh, that sounds cool. And, like, this past week, she was like, hey, can you tell me more about that? I've been meaning to play it. And I was really happy to hear that. So I told her, like, how to get it started, like how to mod the game and everything, do everything that I'm doing for you guys here by streaming this game live. And she's gonna start it. And I told her, well, look, why don't you tell me about it, like, when you're done, when you finish chapter 1, tell me what your thoughts are, because that's, like, part of the whole point about like Higurashi is talking about it with other people. And she's like, yeah, I'll do that. I could not imagine if she were to spoil this fucking game for herself, dude. I'd be pissed on her behalf with her for doing all this. Anyway, let's move on to the next one, which is here. Now, this is when Keiichi starts to show up. So, preview of lots for sale. The Ryugu family's move is required, and the 4th year's curse is required. So, let's move on. Again, we're almost done. We have 13 left. I don't know what to do. My name is Ichido Maebara, and I'm hopelessly lost. I came to Hinamizawa on a tour to find a lot for a vacation home. When the realtor finished explaining some details, he told us to take a walk until the departure time. Such beautiful scenery and fresh air. I let my senses guide me, and here I am. Where am I? Also, this music is new, I think. I still have a little time before the departure, but I'm completely lost. This is basically the middle of nowhere, but people actually do live here. If I keep walking, I should run into somebody, then I can ask for directions. Don't worry. The only thing I need to keep in mind is a departure time for the bullet train. But the more time passes, the more I start to think I was being too optimistic about running into somebody, because I can't find anybody at all. Maybe I'm walking further and further away from where people are, in which case I'm in serious trouble. So upon hearing someone's voice, I feel immensely relieved. It sounds like little girls are playing nearby. If it's a place where little kids can play, it must be a safe village. I followed those voices. Upon rounding the wild pampas grass, I can see a beautiful field. 2 girls are playing there. They're dancing in the field filled with blooming wildflowers. What I'm seeing is more beautiful than all the great works of art I've ever put together. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but this looks holier than any religious painting. Why is it that seeing innocent girls dance around like this makes people feel this way? It's probably because we're sinners. You can't live with pleasure and glory alone. We sin even as we live. That's why we feel awed by this sight of innocence. It reminds us of the time we were pure. We grow up naturally, and we lose innocence as we do. And we admire and adore the children who symbolize that which we've lost.
とかなんとか小難しいことを言いながら変な不審者が僕たちをじっと見ていますのです。はあ。
Wait a minute. Why is she solid? I don't think we've ever seen Hanyu not at like 70% opacity. Or 30% opacity. You know? Or, well, 70% visible. I don't think we've ever seen Hanyu fully visible like this, and the fact that Keiichi's father can see her is something.
リカ、あれは不審者ではありませんのです。
Eh? Sorry, I'm not suspicious.
とか言いながら、僕のお胸やお足から目が離せないのです。みぱ
No, I'm not. Don't turn me in. I really wasn't staring. I was just using this mirror to fix my hair.
何言ってるかわかんないのですが、とっても面白いことを言っている気がしますのです。なんというか、血は争えないという気がしますです。
The girls teased me for a while, and when they got tired of doing that, they went back to dancing around. Realizing that whatever I said would backfire, I decided to leave them alone and sat down and watched them play. I wonder how old they are. They seem rather young, but maybe they could be close to Keiichi's age. If we move here, Keiichi might meet them at school. If he would see them at school, then they were girls that lived here. If all the children in Hinamizawa are like them, then even if living a rural life may have some challenges, there's a good reason for us to move here. We're not very good parents. We didn't understand what Keiichi was going through and left him alone until the very end. According to the parenting book I bought, the first few problems are calls for help. It doesn't matter what the action is itself. What the action itself is, but the fact that those are actions occurring is a primitive appeal from a child seeking communication. Humans can speak, and that's one of the reasons why we don't notice such signs. We can only hear words through our ears, and we can't sense the signs coming from our son's heart. Keiichi probably thinks it's all his fault. Of course, he's not absent of blame. Humans aren't dogs or cats. We should know what's right and what's wrong. But it's our fault too, as his parents. To let him think that he had to go that far for us to be able to understand him is really pathetic and disappointing of us. If we had understood him and hadn't cornered him, Keiichi wouldn't have done that. So the incidents weren't only Keiichi's fault. Everyone in the Maebara family was to blame. I want to explain that to him, but he's still too young and hot-headed to be able to understand. Right now, the guilt he's feeling is basically crushing him under its weight. He doesn't even have the will to live. My wife is the same. She's blaming herself for forcing him to study for better grades. She thinks that's why the incidents took place, and I'm no different. I'm blaming myself for not being involved in my son's education. I think that's why the incidents took place. The cross will be forever on our shoulders, even after the injured child accepts our apologies. Yet our cold society would tell us to die under the weight of that cross. Even so, we have to live. We have to accept our sins and carry our burdens on our shoulders. Maybe we can start a new life here in this village. I thought about all that as I watched the girls dance. Keiichi needs friends like them. Friends like those girls will offer him so much more than friends who only talked about cram schools and exam results. The girls are playing near a sign that doesn't fit in this open field. It's a sign about a lot for sale, and the name of the realtor who brought me here for this tour is written on it. Does that mean we can live, even in this beautiful area if we wanted to? One of the girls spoke as if reading my mind.
ここはいい村なのですよ。きっと都会にはなかったものがあるのです。
Yeah, that's right. I think so too.
でもこの村にないものをきっと都会のあなたが持ってきてくれる気がするのです。
Do we have anything?
ありますのですよ。ああ。僕たちはこの村で何百年間もこうしています。そこには誰も訪れず、何も起こりませんです。だから何も起きないし、何も変えられない。
This is also the first time I think we've heard Hanyu say ow ow, but like, or we've heard her bark, but like in a positive manner. Instead of like a dog being scolded, it's like a dog playing around in a field. Isn't that what's good about this place?
何かを変わりたいと思うから、この村に来たのじゃないのですか?
Yeah, you're right about that.
僕たちも新しい人を迎えたい。それは例えるなら水の流れ出ぬ沼の堰を破るようなもの。水は出入りがあるからこそ清水となる。確かにこの村は明治のついこの間まで沼の名前がついた村でしたのです。でもそれが変わり、ひなみ沢という地名に変わりましたのです。沼の水は流れずよどむ。でも沢の水はよどまない。
Really? And what was this village called before? Oh, it was called Onigafchi. It's spelled with this and this kanji. And then his like, he feels a chill run down his spine. He's like, oh. That was the name of the village beforehand? Yeah, there used to be like cannibals here and stuff. But we've changed, of course. After the Meiji era, everything changed. And there she is. She turned into a fucking gremlin. Look at this. Look at this shit. She knows that she knew exactly what I was just like saying out loud. It's like she heard me.
それにね、あなたたちが教えてくれるのよ。堰は破れるものだ。破るものだってね。
Are they playing riddles with me? No idea what they're trying to say. But there's one thing I know. The villagers are waiting for new people to come here, and they want to build a future with those newcomers. I looked at the sign behind the girls one more time, so that I'd remember this place. I've already decided.
引っ越してくるのを待っていますですよ、前原。
ああ、いたいた。お客さん、こんな遠くまで行っちゃダメですよ。
A raspy voice from the distance ended this innocent moment. It's the realtor. I guess he's been looking for me because I didn't return. Sorry about that. I got lost. I apologized while scratching my head. I turned around to look for the girls, but they weren't there anymore. Oh. Yeah, this village seems nice, huh? That's really funny. Before I forget, we're gonna save real quick. Just save here. I'm gonna see if it lets me view that fragment one more time. Mainly, I just want to show something off real quick. And that's here. I don't think we've seen this background before. But here it is, just an open field. And then here's what it looks like in the console version. Oh yeah, we've definitely never seen this one before. It does look really nice. I do love scenery like this. Like, this is like just incredibly calming for me. Just open fields, trees in the distance, long grass, stuff like that. It's something that I've always adored. And it just looks so beautiful to me. But back to this. Let's just quickly skip everything.
リカ、日本なんというか、血は争えないという気がしますです。きっとでも、何か
席は破れ。
I guess technically I could just load, but we're done. Okay, so that was a preview of lots for sale. The next one is the final one in this page. Keiichi Maebara. The tea set on the veranda being put away is required. Okay, Ichiro Maebara inspecting a vacant lot is required. So here we have Keiichi's introduction. So we're finally moving into 1983, or June 1983.
これが学校なのかよ。すげえな。さすが田舎だな。
Keiichi, don't say stuff like that. The people in this area love coming here. That was my first impression of the Hinamizawa branch school. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a school at all. It even has a sign that says Hinamizawa Forestry Service.
まあ確かに我が校は営林署さんの敷地をお借りしておりますからの。
Said the man they called the principal as he laughed heartily.
学び屋は違っても学校であることは同じです。前原くんがこれまで通われていた学校とはいろいろルールが違うと思いますが、大丈夫。
はい。
I heard all the grades are put in the same classroom at the school. I didn't believe it, but I think it's really true. They're all younger than I am, so I guess it'll be like kindergarten. Though it'll be interesting compared to my previous school where everyone looked the same age.
前原くんが転校してきたら、男子の中では最年長になると思います。ですので、自分の勉強だけでなく、下級生たちの模範になるよう示さなければなりません。下級生は上級生の悪い癖をすぐに真似します。先生もそこは厳しく注意していますから、前原くんも下級生に悪い影響を与えないよう常に襟を正していてくださいね。
わかりました。努力します。
Keiichi. What she means is that textbooks aren't the only things you learn from. As a member of the class, and also as an older student, you have to be a good example. I know that already. After that, Chia-sensei brought us to an empty classroom and showed me where my desk would be. Since we're all still growing, I'm sure our sizes are very different. There are some desks that are way too small for me to even put my legs under, and there are also some that are just perfect for me. There are approximately 30 desks in here, but since all the different grades are in the same room, I'm pretty sure it's very lively. There's also a wall full of calligraphy and art from different grades. It's all pretty exciting, nothing like my previous school. It reminds me of the days when I truly enjoyed my school life.
父さん、 俺気に入ったよ。やっぱり町の学校よりこっちの学校の方がいいや。
I think my son likes it here. I want him to go to the school too.
そうですか。沖宮の学校の方が設備もちゃんとしていますし、立派な先生方もたくさんおられますのに。
In while saying that, Chia-sensei looked very happy to hear that a new student would be transferring into her class. My father and the teachers went back to the teacher's office to get the transfer process going. In the meantime, I decided to stay in the classroom and look around. I didn't care about the move. I'd lost the will to live because of what I did. I didn't have any willpower and I couldn't even get out of bed. So when my parents told me about the move, I thought that it wouldn't change anything. But after the move, something did change. I want to restart my life. I want to restart my life and become someone I've always wanted to be. Here in Hinamizawa and at this school, I can do that. I'm not going back to who I was. I'll never again think that good grades are the most important thing in this world. I have a feeling that I can learn the things that are really important in life here at the school. I never even had a chance to learn them before. It's almost embarrassing to put into words, but they're extremely valuable things, and if you don't learn them, you won't become a decent adult. The students at the school learned them a long time ago. To them, they were given. Yet I have to spend time learning about them even at this age. How to make friends, how to play with friends, to play, things you can only learn from play, things like socializing with others, etc., etc. It seems so easy, but it'll take me a while to learn them. I pushed those things aside and devoted myself to studying. I'm not trying to say studying isn't important, but you shouldn't become blinded by it. If someone says studying and good grades are the most important things in life, he's talking bullshit. So I can restart my life here at the school. Finally. I can restart my life here at the school. Finally, I can become someone I've always wanted to be. I noticed two girls looking at me through the window. The schoolyard must also be a playground for these children because I saw a lot of them playing there earlier. I guess those two noticed me and walked around the classroom and became curious. I guess that's natural. I'm a stranger to them. Should I say hello and let them know that I'm starting school next Monday?
ようやく引っ越してきたのです。僕は待ち疲れたのですよ。はあ。でもこれでまた変わってくるのです。だって圭一はサイコロの6なのですから。
God, anytime like Hanyu barks, the only thing I can picture is like a husky puppy or something barking.
6ではありますですが、圭一の振るサイコロは1がよく出上がりますです。
Okay, so this time it's Keiji actually showing up.
はあ、圭一が悪いわけではありませんのです。全部羽生が悪いのです。お前のせいなのです。
True.
圭一に謝れなのです。
俺の名前を知ってるのか？
She said my name, didn't she? Did I hear her wrong? Never met her before.
ニパー、転校生なのですか？
Now she's just literally like lying to him. Or technically, even though I've mocked this term before, she is gaslighting him by, doing something and then pretending that she just didn't do it and then making him believe that he's hallucinating. That is what literal gaslighting is. It's another method of, deception and lying, which is what, Rika is doing.
よろしくな。前原圭一ってんだ。今度の月曜から来ることになると思うぜ。仲良くしてくれよな。は
あ、仲良くしましょうってのです。圭一に古出神社の巫女さんがありがたいお告げなのです。転校初日は教室の扉が鬼門なので入るときは注意なのです。あと椅子の背中に画鋲、机の中にはカエルのおもちゃまで入ってます。でも何度警告しても圭一は何度でも引っかかるのです。月曜日はかわいそうなのです。
だから面白いのだけれど、たまにはそんな運命も打ち破ってみて。あなたがそれを教えてくれるのよ。あまたの世界の一つでね。
は？
She just smiles again and is like, Nipa! I'll be reminded of the prophecy made by the two girls next Monday because of the actions of a snaggletooth girl. I'll realize it too late though, but I like it here. My name is Maebara Keiichi. This is my new beginning, and this time I'm going to enjoy it to the fullest. I've been missing out on so much, but I'm going to learn all of those things here. I'm going to absorb all of it, and I'll become someone I've always wanted to become. It may take a very long time, but I'll definitely do it. That one was pretty sweet. It's like a nice little little shard. Okay. We have 11 of these left. We're almost done. Because now we're moving on to June 1983. The revenge of Mio Takano is required, and Keiichi Maebara changing schools is required. So here goes. With this, do I have all of the pieces lined up for 1983? It sure is a hard and exhausting job just lining up the pieces for the month of June. But finally I'm at the starting line, beginning from zero at last. Yet seeing all these colorful fragments together, I realized just how many sentiments were intertwined around June 1983. I used to think that the thoughts of people with no relation to me were useless, but I was wrong. Arika Furude did her best to overcome the fate of June 1983. She did two things. One was to get in touch with the Idia Institute because she knew she would be protected there. Ironically, Takano from the Idia Institute was the one who wanted to kill her, but it was the best move for her at the time. And the other was to ensure that the Maebara family moved to Hinamizawa. It actually wasn't certain that the Maebara family would move here. But by them intervening, they first decided to move here when the father felt something sentimental at the sight of us on the day he came to view the properties for sale. So here's the thing, this is implied to be Hanyu, due to the way the speaker referenced Rika and used the word us, referring to Hanyu and Rika. But at least from what I've been told by Billy and the others, this is not Hanyu, and it's like Rika herself piecing all these pieces together. It's not the Rika from 1986 or whatever, 1983. It's the Rika that's in this like pocket dimension or whatever. But anyway, therefore, it was necessary for us to play in that field. It was the trigger for the Maebara family's move. It took me so long to find that out though. After turning various conditions on and off repeatedly, I finally realized that meeting Keiichi's father at that field was the cause. Maebara Keiichi is a very important key for breaking Rule Z of one of the chains that was binding me. He's the fresh air that's too powerful enough to break all of the old and evil customs in this village. He created many opportunities, but also provided me with an important clue by letting me know that a strong conviction and the will to believe is what's important in standing up against a powerful fate. But I wasn't the only one who wanted him here. People in the Sonozuki family who wanted to wipe out the nastier traditions of the village also wished for him. Mion Sonozuki vowed to herself to protect Satoko and Satoshi because she was very much bothered by how irrational the treatment of the Hojo family was. And on the night Satoshi Hojo disappeared, she exploded at Oryo Sonozuki and voiced her true feelings. Right. Oryo Sonozuki understood. Oryo herself had come to understand the wicked customs of this village and had been wanting to do something about it, but she didn't have the power to do so herself, so she entrusted it to the fresh air that was blowing in from the outside. That was why the lots went on sale so the Maebara family could move in. Even if I danced in that field, if Oryo hadn't put the lots on sale, Keiichi couldn't have come. And Rena Ryugu, who provided many important opportunities for Keiichi Maebara, was safe by returning to Hinamizawa after the deep emotional trauma of her parents' divorce sent her into a terminal condition. Keiichi Maebara's wish to restart his life was the same wish Rena Ryugu had a year prior. Maybe that's why Rena was able to understand Keiichi. It's like the miracle where one can recognize moments in certain fragments from another fragment. Speaking of, I don't think we've checked the backgrounds. Okay, I'm not hallucinating. The background is moving. Now let me see if this has a quote-unquote console version. It does, actually. Do these move? Let's see. Slightly, but yes, the light in the background is moving. Let me check the shards. I don't think they're moving. They are not. The shards are not moving at all. I thought they would like shake left or right very slightly, you know, kind of floating, but they don't. It's just the I almost said the Kagatsuchi sun in the background, but we're not playing Nocturne. Not again. Oh, it's like the miracle where one can recognize moments in a certain fragment from another fragment. If they can use the lessons learned from one fragment, then humans won't make those mistakes. The game pieces will make their best moves, and the chances of winning this game of June of 1983 will rapidly increase. In other words, Renaryugu makes extremely important moves on this game board without realizing it. The mighty rule Z that surrounded the Hojo siblings was eventually smashed by their actions. Of course, Satoko was overcoming herself was also a big help. Their hands met only because they reached from both sides. Keiichi and Rena were the ones who taught me that. Mion was the one who made it possible for them to move here, and she also helped them to become familiar with the village. That's not all. Irie is also an important piece with significant functions of his own. Feeling empathy for Satoko, he is the most influential piece on the board we call Hinamizawa Syndrome. His existence is capable of defeating Rule X. Right? Keiichi and Rena's determination and subsequent awakening taught us that it was possible to fight against Rule X, but they didn't defeat it. Defeating Rule X requires the existence of Irie, who has the strong will to discover a cure for the syndrome. I didn't know Irie held this many thoughts within him. I always thought he was rather absent-minded. But he is in fact an important and powerful piece. So if we gather all this power, can we win against Takano's will? I've seen Takano's thoughts too. Very quickly, let's show off this background once more. And then here's the console version, which looks almost exactly the same, just slightly different. Sadly, her will is strong and can't be easily broken. It's no wonder our fate in June 1983 has been so hard to shake no matter how hard we fought. The sentiments have been turning towards it and pale in comparison to how many she's brought into it. The weight of our game pieces are different, because I've given up on fighting while she has been risking her life to fight on. I've spent time sulking and drinking while wanting to escape from reality. I must be a very light piece indeed. I can't win against Takano with what I have so far. I need more pieces to be able to win. The officer Oishi once showed the possibility of becoming a strong ally. But he's under the misunderstanding that the Sonosuke family caused the death of his dear friend, so until that gets resolved, he won't be of any help. I don't know how I can resolve that misunderstanding, but I just have to believe in it and keep throwing the die, just like Keiichi and Rena constitute a chance to change fate. Maybe Akasuga has the power to create a chance as well. The curse of 1983 is tied to the curse of Hinamizawa. A curse can't be broken by inner power alone. It takes power from the outside as well. Both sides have to reach out, otherwise the hands won't meet, just like what happened with Satoko. But Akasuga has never come to our aid. Even if he did, it was always too late. Too late. Far too late. But if I keep throwing the die, will Akasuga's game piece eventually appear? The final rule, Rule Y, involves the evil masterminds who are using Takano as their own game piece. To defeat them, I need a very strong opponent for her, and the only one I can think of is Oishi. Oh, none other than Akasuga. Yeah, that was my other guess. From the police headquarters in Tokyo. There are more pieces who would lend me their power. I need to gather them all, otherwise I can't win against Takano. The preparations of the game board is complete, but I need more pieces. It's only the beginning. Can't, like, Rika just technically call the police officer, or the police, office in Tokyo? I'd just be like, hey, is Saksa there? And then be like, yeah, who's asking? Oh, it's his niece, fucking Rika Furude. And they're like, sure. And then they patch her through, Anyway, we're about to do a bunch of fragments basically on this page. And then, because I just realized that we've done all of the fragments. So now we just have this page to go, and then this one. And basically, I assume these all go in order, but I mean, we'll figure it out. So the next one should be this. Because we've got Himatsubashi, we've got Onikakushi, and I think we just go in order now, right? It should be this, then Watanagashi, then it should be Tatari Goroshi, which is here, and then it should be Himatsubushi or Bushi here, and so on. So now we just go in order of the like game releases, right? So let's see what happens in a fragment of Onikakshi. We're almost done. I can't believe it. In order for Keiichi Maebara to become a game piece that can lead everyone, there's something he has to learn about first. The piece that's very painful, pitiful, and sad. He has to learn about his friends, and he has to learn not to doubt them. He doesn't know the importance of trusting his friends. He doesn't know. Just yet. A slight mistrust grows into paranoia, and Keiichi Maebara is trapped within Rule X. At the end of Rule X, Keiichi leaves a sad note, and dies. While it may be very bitter and very painful, it also puts him through the process of learning something very important. Hey, Hanyu. He didn't have to apologize. In a few days he left Hinamizawa to attend his relative's funeral. Tragically, he experienced an outbreak. But I think this was necessary as his first steps towards learning something important. The very first steps towards smoking out Rule X and eventually defeating it. When this piece was all I had, I didn't even think of that though. Oh. That was super short. I'm not saying I want this to end quickly, right? I'm not trying to rush through this, but it is shocking that these are... I mean, I kind of hope that these are pretty short, because it's a ton of them. Oh, not mean to exit. But we can save just in case. Here. And let's continue. Okay, the next one is Watanagashi. So, this one. The game piece, this game piece reminds us that no matter what happens on this game board, everything is due to the curse of the curse or the Sonosuke family pulling someone's strings. No, to put it in my words, this is the piece that makes everyone aware of the existence of Rule Z. It's hard to notice with just this piece. I don't think we've seen the toy store at night since chapter 2. So very quickly, here's the console version. Also, something I didn't realize, I'll put it up on screen in a second when we go back to the original art. But if you look back there, there's actually a poster for Duel Masters. Hold on. When did this shit come out again? What was it called? Yeah, it was still called Duel Masters in Japan. And it was in 2002 that it branched off from what it originally was. So, just real quick, you might not remember like this franchise at all. I won't go too much into it. But Duel Masters used to just be a manga that was about Magic the Gathering, which was really fucking cool. Like, the concept of it was really cool. Here. So this is like what the first cover of the manga looks like. And it looked like this. There you can see Shobu, the protagonist, and then it says Magic the Gathering, and he's holding magic cards, which is really interesting. So this used to be literally a manga about Magic the Gathering. And you could see, if you read the original like manga, which is kind of hard to find, even in raw form, but I was able to find it, and I was like reading it and translating it as I was reading it. He ends up, I can't remember the fucking combo that he gets, but at the very beginning, like, Shobu sucks at Magic the Gathering, and he's like, man, this game is so fucking unfair, because the guy that he's playing against has like a pretty broken combo, that was basically something like Channel Fireball. And he's like, well, fuck, I can't win. But here, let me see if I can find a more accurate picture, or like a slightly more modern picture of him. Yeah, like this. But this is like what that poster in the middle looks like. You might be able to see it, but it's like right next to the Kirby that's right next to him. But there he is. So that's one series. But yes, like like Billy mentioned in chat, you can also see, of course, you can see One Piece, Beyblade. There's Pokemon. We've had N64s inside of this store as well. We've had Zoids. This is supposed to be a toy store after all. But anyway, back to this as a whole. That Corgi poster looks really funny though. Hold on. This one. It looks almost evil. Like, what even is this? Anyway. It's hard to notice with just this piece, but this is a complicated fragment where Shion Sonosuke, while trapped in Rule X and mistaking it for Rule Y, is hurled about, comes to notice the existence of Rule Z. But this is also the piece that teaches us the rules of the game board. By the way, the piece called Shion Sonosuke is a piece coming from the outside, from the game's point of view. She dislikes Satoko Hojo at first, but through this and another piece, she learns something important. Challenges Rule X and then grows to be a powerful piece of the fight to fight Rule Z. The most ridiculous part of this fragment is that it's hidden so cunningly and doesn't seem that way at all with just a passing glance. Learn from your mistakes. Please become a powerful piece and lend me your strength to defeat my enemies. Okay. And that's Watanagashi. And yes, a Dragon Quest. I don't know if I mentioned that too. Okay, next is chapter 3, which was Tatari Goroshi. So that's this one. This piece shows us the existence of the unreasonable Rule Z surrounding Satoko, and reveals the most powerful adversary rule on the game board, Rule Y. Can the rules X, Y, and Z be seen now? The enemy we needed to fight, the things we need to learn, all are gathered and revealed here in this fragment. At this point, it's impossible to reach Rule Y. Fighting against Rule Z's effect on Satoko is the best that can be done. But in this piece, we make the mistake in our approach for fighting it. The outcome we gain through erroneous means is erroneous itself. Keiichi Maebara learned that through his own experiences. A tragedy doesn't possess the power to overcome tragedy. Violence doesn't possess the power to overcome violence. If they can grasp that, all the pieces on this game board will learn the true way to fight. But Takano is too powerful. The shocking end of this piece doesn't allow us to learn it that easily. True. It isn't until chapter 7 that we learn, we should probably, like, harass the child protective services about this shit. Anyway, next is Himatsubushi, which is right here. This piece is the only one that's so distorted. That's because it's from long before June 1983. Therefore, the existence of this piece has no effect whatsoever in the game we're playing on the board. But is this really a useless piece? The identity of Rule Y has been completely exposed by now. With the backing of a mighty organization, it is powerful enough to swallow up the small solidarity of individuals. I almost gave up on this game because of its irrational power. That's why I'm thinking that maybe there's a piece hidden somewhere that's strong enough to fight against such a formidable enemy. Oh right, that's Akasuka. Mamoru Akasuka works at the police headquarters in Tokyo, and might have the power to stand up to such a vast conspiracy. Can his power withstand even Rule Y? Just like Keiichi Maebara defeated Rule Z, will he be able to defeat Rule Y so easily? We need everyone's strength, so Akasuka's strength is needed as well. Of course. Okay, what came after Himatsubushi? Chapter 5, Meakashi. So that's Meakashi. This is the piece of Shion Sonosuke, who goes mad after being taken in by Rule X. With no room for sympathy, this is such a painful piece that one can only have pity. It distinctly identifies the keyhole of the padlock called Rule Z. Keiichi Maebara becomes a key himself to pry open this padlock. And as Mion Sonosuke wished for, he becomes a wind that clears out the stagnant air filling the village. This piece also teaches us an important lesson. Shion Sonosuke learns through this piece and then becomes a strong ally for Satoko Hojo. In that way, maybe Satoko Hojo is a piece that represents a padlock for Rule Z. Unless she is saved, Rule Z can't be defeated. And when she is saved, that means Rule Z is defeated. This piece indicates only that. That's the only thing Shion Sonosuke learned by gambling her life. But now, I think that it's very important. Every time I see Satoko and Shion argue about pumpkins, I think about that. That's cute. Okay. So that was Meakashi. So next should be Tsumi Horoboshi, which was here. Okay. Just want to double check one quick thing. Okay. This game piece has a very important meaning for us, because it showed us for the first time that it was possible to poke a hole in the fate of June 1983. Right, where fucking Rena becomes a terrorist, of all things. To start from the conclusion, everything gets taken in by Rule Y at the end, and all of our efforts is wasted. But we're challenging the great law that governs this game board, Rule X, head on. We're using everything we've learned so far from other fragments which prove we can defeat it. We grow by learning. In a game with no hope of winning, we can discover the slight chance of victory. This piece taught us that. With this game piece, Rule X was almost completely defeated. Keiichi Maebara and our other friends won't be led astray by something as pathetic as the Hinamizawa syndrome and dance in tragedy any longer. It has also taught us that rules aren't indestructible and are possible to overcome. In other words, it has given us, the ones who are on the outside of the game board, hope. It's an important fragment that serves as our turning point and the trigger for everything else. Right. Okay. We've got like 2-3 fragments left, I think. Like whatever's on the last page is next. So it should be Mina Goroshi and then Matsuribayashi. Right? Yes, Mina Goroshi, Matsuribayashi. Okay. So a fragment of Mina Goroshi. It's just so weird seeing her in her fucking outfit. The game piece that uncovers the invisible Rule Y that has been pulling the strings from the beginning. Because the impression of it is so strong, it's easy to forget about something very important. We can't forget that this piece also shows the path towards destroying Rule Z. While Rikafurude lamented Rule Z as impossible to defeat, it was hardly a match for Keiichi Maebara and the others once they learned everything they needed to. They knew the correct way to fight and fought accordingly to the rules of the game board. As a result, we win. And that fact is more valuable than anything for us. Maebara Keiichi taught me a lesson. There's no need to subject ourselves to any fate. The will to believe can defeat anything. The fate that I was always subjected to was created by Mio Takano's own conviction. So what he says is correct. To defeat her conviction, we need a stronger conviction of our own. A strong will can be pierced only by a stronger will. We defeated rules X and Z, and then challenged the final rule Y, but we needed more pieces. Each piece fought at its best, but the strength of our enemy's pieces, led by Mio Takano, were just too powerful. She didn't even give us mercy. She squished us completely and made us restart the game all over again. Although we lost, we didn't give up the resolve in our hearts, because we finally found the true culprit, and also found a clue for how to fight against her. We can't win with the pieces we have now. We don't have a powerful enough conviction, or a strong enough will. But Hanyu and I will keep trying. We'll roll our die repeatedly, look for the greatest results, collect pieces, and try again, with a will stronger than Takano. Didn't you think of giving up several times before you got to this point? But you made it because you believed in me and followed me here. We're almost there. We can do it. Let's create the last piece. It will be the ultimate piece and we won't need anything else. It will be, the very last piece of all. Come on, let's collect the pieces. Let's collect miracles. Please give us your hopes, desires, and dreams to me. Or please give. Okay. Before we grab the last piece, we'll go ahead and save one last time, and then we'll get ready to move on. Okay, I thought I was gonna just immediately jump into it. Okay, here it goes. The final fragment. A fragment of Matsuribayashi. 7 fragments are required. After collecting miracles from all 7 fragments, I finally got a hold of this one. This fragment holds our final fate. But therefore, we take a peek. But before we take a peek, please wait for just a little bit. The fate that's inside us will be decided the moment we take a peek. Have I told you about the story of the cat in the box? Is the cat in the box alive or dead? If you open the box, you'll know, but you won't know until you open it. It could be alive, and it could be dead. In other words, before you open the box, the living cat and the dead cat simultaneously coexist. And the moment you open the box and find out the truth, the incorrect answer disappears. The inside of this fragment is the same principle. The future we desire and the future Takano desires simultaneously coexists. They are opposing and denying each other. Once we take a peek, one of those futures will disappear. If we have enough pieces, we can take a look inside this fragment, but we've only had the same pieces lined up the same way on the game board. And the game under the same condition was Takano's complete victory. We've already tried that in the Minagoroshi fragment. We need more pieces. We need the help of a piece that's powerful enough to defeat Rule Y. Until I get a hold of that piece, it's too scary to take a peek inside of this fragment. But how do I get such a piece? It's a piece I've never gotten a hold of before. To obtain it, I need to look just one more time. I need one more miracle to obtain that piece. So I have to check another piece again? I mean, she just told us which piece this was, didn't she? A piece that holds, like, everyone's conviction and everything working? Hold on. Because she mentioned it was this, wasn't it? Does this change at all? The game piece that uncovers the invisible Rule Y that has been pulling the strings from the beginning. Because the impression of it is so strong, it's easy to forget about something very important. We can't forget that this piece also shows the path forward to path to which destroying Rule Z. Arikafuda, that right? Let me see if there's anything new here. But this is the one that she just mentioned. As a result, we win. The will to... yeah. To defeat her conviction, we need a stronger conviction of our own. A strong will can be pierced by another strong will. Right? Although we lost, we didn't give up and we didn't give up the resolve in our hearts. Right? Hanyu and I will keep trying. We'll roll our die repeatedly, look for the greatest results, collect pieces, and try again. Yeah. Didn't you think of giving up several times? Yeah, right. The very last piece of all. Let's collect the pieces. Let's collect miracles. Please give me your hopes, desires, and dreams. Or please give your hopes, desires, and dreams to me. Right. I could have sworn that we had to look at this piece again. Considering that's what she just said, but okay. Let's move on to the final one then. Which is whatever this last new piece that just popped up out of nowhere was. Or is this one. Leftover fragments. Do you need the final miracle? So let's save again, just in case. And let's look at that final miracle. What is this? I never noticed this tiny little fragment. Sometimes a fragment gets cracked and it breaks. Just like how the fate we believed in cracks sometimes. A damaged fate is no longer the same fate it was. Then which fate does this piece belong to? I picked up the tiny fragment and tried to match it with the fragments I have in my hand. And the last fragment I picked up was the Himatsubushi fragment. Chapter 4. This fragment was distorted from the beginning. And look. See? This tiny piece fits perfectly. With this tiny fragment, how will the world change? What kind of miracle will occur? The whole world warped. Since I put the broken piece back where it belonged, the distortion centered on the crack. But that doesn't mean I can't take a peek inside. It's already past 1985. It's a time long after Erika Furuta and her friend's stories tragically ended in June 1983. With some mild interference, an order crackled through their headset.
全班へ室長からありがたいお言葉があるぞ。傾注しろ。
ご苦労さん。所轄署は15分くれることになってる。 秒で制圧しろ。一人たりとも逃がすな。ターゲットの一人は外交官だ。警察だと悟られるな。有無を言わせず身柄を確保しろ。ただし間違っても危害を加えるな。外交問題に発展するぞ。
外交官特権で地元暴力団と癒着している芸道どもだ。
They launder money from drug dealing and force people into the sex trade to pay off high interest debts. According to the local embassy, some of the victims are younger than teenagers. Normally, this would be a simple case, what with the perpetrators being gangsters. But when the police found out that a foreign diplomat was involved, things got much more complicated all of a sudden. Diplomats have diplomatic immunity, so the police can't arrest him. But they knew he was an important figure in the whole scheme, and there was no doubt that he was the middleman between the foreign criminal organization and the Japanese gangsters. They couldn't let him escape. It'd be easy to deport him, but that wouldn't solve anything. The police had asked the embassy for assistance, but they denied the request. And the case was put on a standstill at that point. That's when they found out that the organization was going to be selling the Self-Defense Force classified radar and missile technology secrets. The Public Safety Division then had to move on the premise to protect this classified government information. And today was the day that operation was set to go.
正面は階段前に2人、地下入り口に2人、裏口に4人、全員体重の可能性大。普段より2人多いな。あの人にとっちゃ2秒余計にかかるだけさ。容赦ねえからな、あの人。
For Akaska.
聞こえるか、赤坂。
every fucking time. Every goddamn time this happens. Every single time I'm like, oh, are we gonna see this character? And then this character showed up.
お前が切り込み隊長だ。用心して隠れ。
早く赤坂。
開始しろ。
赤坂了解。作戦を開始する。
Colonel. See, we don't need MGS Delta. We've got Hinamizawa no Akasaka. Or I guess Higurashi no Akasaka. A man suddenly appeared around the corner downtown. It was Akasaka. Now, I don't think we've seen this background before, so here it is. Once again, here's Akasaka in his horrible console sprite. And then here's the console background. Yeah, we've never seen this background before. But here it is. And also... Hold on. It's such a funny fucking sign. Anyway. Change it. Take me back. Oh. I'm getting scared for a second. It's like sleep paralysis, but I have full control over it. He displayed none of the naivete that he did when he first met Rika. When he got to the entrance of the underground club, a bouncer with a heavy foreign accent stopped him. Ha-i. He punches him in the face. Akasaka pulled a card out after being asked. It was a card that was very difficult to forge, so they could only get one. As a man on point, he was the one to receive it. The bouncer let Akasaka in after confirming that he had a membership card.
Akasaka-san, 地上の護衛突破。地下階段を降りてます。
頼むぞ、赤坂。
At the bottom of the staircase, there was an overly decorated door, like the ones you see at a high-class club. The venomous glow of the cocktail lights lit it up, silently warning everyone it was an entrance to the den of evil.
いらっしゃいませ。会員証を拝見いたします。
The guard at the entrance took the membership card and put it through the card reader on the wall. Beep. An error sound. Slight perspiration could be seen on Akasaka's forehead. The guard swiped the card a couple of times more.
Akasaka-san, 手間取ってます。
まさかカードの認証が変えられたか。赤坂にトラブルが発生したら作戦変更するぞ。赤坂の安全を速攻で確保しろ。
The expression on the guard with him steadily grew dour. His right hand reached inside of his jacket, probably fingering his gun. The buzzer suddenly rang with a delightful tone and the card reader flashed a green light. Immediately after that, the lock in the door opened up. The guard pulled his hand out of his jacket and opened up the heavy door. Once again, new background. It's the inside of what appears to be a club. Or a casino, actually. Due to the slot machines in the background. Unless they are pachinko. But here, we see just ornate decorations, of all things. Loud music and flashing colorful lights spilled out from the inside. Oh, look at the ominous music. Or the ominous sounds, I mean. From within that, a well-dressed guard appeared to welcome Akasaka. At this moment, his first mission was accomplished. Having acted as the go signal for the remaining units, Akasaka was also in the dangerous position of being in enemy territory all by himself. The door was the biggest obstacle for their ambush. The door locked automatically, so whenever it was closed, it was also sealed that way. It was a solid door, and nearly impossible to open from the outside. Somebody had to not only open that door, but keep it open for several seconds in order for the raid to begin. Akasaka was the only one who could do that.
Akasaka, 入り口確保。作戦開始。
The complex on the other side of the club was getting a new tenant, and there were 2 trucks parked in front of the building. But of course, that was just a disguise. The door to one of the trucks opened and several dozen plainclothes investigators jumped out. The same thing was happening at the back door too. The ground level guards noticed this and began to draw their guns, but they were taken down immediately by nearby investigators who had been pretending to be innocent bystanders. Several dozen investigators quietly went down the underground stairs. These narrow underground stairs were another obstacle to their operation. Everything would end up on the security camera. Their raid would become known within a few seconds. For that matter, a push on the security button would make it impossible for the lock to be opened from the outside. That's why they had to secure the door before the ambush. The guards on both sides of Akasaka noticed loud footsteps coming down the stairs. The well-dressed guard also realized that something was wrong. The 3 guards shifted their attention from Akasaka to the stairs behind him. And as he sensed that attention shift, Akasaka took a quick, deep breath and then stopped breathing entirely. The 2 guards standing beside him suddenly rose into the air in strange positions. Akasaka had determined his position relative to the 2 guards next to him, so he didn't need to check with his eyes. He did all of this within 1500 seconds, by the way. But even so, his fist had been driven into their faces with such precise accuracy. His moves were well-trained ones and showed no mercy against evil. They were as destructive as armor-piercing ammunition. And furthermore, Akasaka had retracted his arms at the same speed he struck. Everything looked so strange in the flashing lights. The man who witnessed all of this probably couldn't figure out what had just happened. The 2 guards were up in the air in strange positions, and the man who had been standing in the front was now crouching low. Then that frozen moment shattered. The well-dressed guard was smashed into the ceiling and shortly afterward came crashing down onto the floor. Later on, while slurping liquid food, he would desperately try to remember whether it was a fist or a leg that broke his jaw. He'd probably never quite recall it. Rather luckily, the way his body fell blocked the door, so Akasaka didn't have to hold it open any longer.
Akasaka.
It's so fucking funny. He punched the guy so hard he turned him into a doorstop. Or into a wedge. Snake, you can't go in there yet. Watch me, Colonel. The room was filled with loud music, but everyone had already noticed the brouhaha at the entrance. I haven't seen that. I haven't fucking read that word in ages. Holy fuck. As soon as Akasaka bellowed his warning, screams filled the club. Most people immediately hit the floor as if trying to proclaim their innocence, but all the guards reacted quickly to Akasaka. In the midst of all this, there was a few people who were trying to make their escape through the back alongside several guards. Akasaka restarted his breathing once and then stopped it again, and then ran after them like a wolf. He jumped onto the table, smashing expensive bottles of alcohol and scattered glasses with ice cubes made from the icebergs of the Arctic. A foreign bodyguard whose previous profession must have been a professional boxer thoughtlessly stood in front of Akasaka. With a heavy accent, he tried to taunt his opponent, but Akasaka couldn't have cared less about that. The only display that man was able to put on for him was that he was able to block Akasaka's attack, but it wasn't even an effective guard. The power of Akasaka's punches were so incredible that they simply broke that man's bones in his attempt to block them. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's fucking superhuman now? The man's arms warped in a strange way, and the moment after the agony showed on his face, Akasaka's left arm ground into it. Akasaka, you see, is right-handed. That man should have considered himself grateful that he was able to get away with a mere orbital fracture. Thinking that this was his chance, another man attempted to tackle Akasaka from behind. He assumed that no matter how strong a man was, he'd go down quickly when attacked from behind. He also assumed that Akasaka was concentrating in front of him. He wouldn't be expecting an attack from behind to begin with. But that would only be true if Akasaka was just concentrating on his front. Indeed, the attacker was very wrong, for Akasaka was no longer even thinking about the man before him. Akasaka knew exactly when and what was about to happen. The experience he has built up to this day taught him that. His body more than his mind remembered the timing for when menaces to society like these would make their move from behind. Oh my god, he's like superhuman. Akasaka's attack continued fluidly from the left arm punch that he struck against the ex-boxer. His left arm retracted. At the same time, he arced his left leg around beautifully as it crashed into the man approaching from behind. A dull sound signified that his nose had been broken. But Akasaka already knew that. Akasaka continued his motion and directed a decisive right blow to the side of his assailant's head. The man slammed into the wall and bounced off it, rolling on the floor. Akasaka took another breath. Under the glare of the dazzling club lights, the guards realized they were up against a demon. Yes, they realized that there was no way to take him down. The guards were being paid to deal with the humans. Fighting demons just wasn't in their job description. At that moment, backup finally arrived. Maybe finally isn't a suitable word. Everything that happened did so over a matter of seconds. The time it took for Akasaka to take down those 5 guards was a span of merely 2 breaths. Thanks to Akasaka's furious actions, the flow of events was already set. Akasaka's intimidating first strike shattered the gang leader's will to run. They were all down on the floor, but one of them began smiling. Akasaka grabbed him by the collar and then threw him against the concrete wall. With a dragon-like roar, Akasaka's right punch pounded the wall right next to the diplomat's head. Yeah, okay. Immediately after that, his left fist pounded the wall on the other side of that head, and soon enough, Akasaka had pounded the wall 7 times, each a sliver away from the diplomat. His fists were easily powerful enough to crush a man's head. The diplomat crumbled to the floor.
Akasaka, target確保.
Further investigations discovered a secret getaway route that even public safety didn't know about. Dozens of Soviet military-grade machine guns were found, and if Akasaka hadn't stopped them there in the club, they would have escaped, or even worse, the operation might have ended with a brutal death toll on both sides. All thanks to how well Akasaka executed his duty, the operation was completed without a single shot fired. Since the foreign diplomat was involved, they had to make sure it didn't look as though the whole operation was carried out by the police. Instead, it was made to look like a simple gang war. They would dump the useless gang members and hand over the target to the police. Of course, before handing him over, they'd make sure he spilled everything he knew. That diplomatic pig would be used as a negotiation device by another part of public safety. They found plenty of evidence that said pig was tied to an underground criminal organization. Not wanting a person non grata on their hands, the embassy would likely cut all ties with him. The rest would be the business of the other departments. Public safety's job was to take care of things regular police couldn't deal with.
Akasaka は無事か? 応答しろ, Akasaka! こちら赤坂、撤収中。また無茶をしやがって。後で出張にこってり絞られろ。やっぱり鬼だな、赤坂さんはよ。秒殺で5人撃墜だぜ。ありゃあ絶対空手の域を超えてるな。赤坂さんの鉄拳はすでに狂気だね。しかし連中、銃を抜かなかったのはラッキーだったよな。赤坂さん、躊躇ねえからな。蜂の巣にしてたかもしれないぜ。
I was actually thinking of doing that in the past. Because you can register your fists as lethal weapons, but the only problem that comes with that is that if you ever get into a scrap, if you actually get into a fight, you quote-unquote used a lethal weapon against someone, even if you just punch them, even if you just knock them out, whatever the fucking reason may be, it's the same thing as like stabbing them. So then I realized, oh, that's fucking stupid, I should not do that. Okay. The pixie had just caught were no average criminals. They had committed so many unforgivable sins. The strength behind Akasaka's fist was proportional to those sins. The heavier their sins, the more powerful all his blows would be.
赤坂、急がせろ。所轄署に通報が入ってるぞ。赤坂了解。聞こえたな。撤収を急げ。了解。主任どうぞ。要治療が5名。手配をお願いします。
There wasn't any trace left of Akasaka's old naivete. He had grown to be the vigilant ace of his department. And now we get music that would fit in like Capcom vs SNK Millionaire Fight 2001. Akasaka was training inside a dark dojo filled with the smell of sweat and mold. The dojo was located in the middle of downtown in a small building. It wasn't that big, and they weren't that well equipped either. It certainly didn't look like a dojo where a person as skilled as Akasaka would train. There were only 3 or 4 students in there, including Akasaka. But this was a dojo he picked. To Akasaka, karate was certainly a weapon for crushing his enemies, but now he was seeking something further from it. To achieve his goal, a dojo with many young students having actual physical lessons wouldn't work. He had gone to so many different dojos, and this was the one that he finally settled on. Every time Akasaka punched the sandbag, the heavy thud of his punch and the clang of the sandbag's chain would echo. He wasn't just punching blindly. He thought first, developed those thoughts, and then punch. It was more of a deep and low vibration than the proper sound. Drops of sweat scattered, and the dust swelled up in the air. It was a perfect blow, embodying the concept of one strike, one kill. But he wasn't satisfied. He closed his eyes, controlled his breathing as if trying to hear the cry of the cicadas, and then punched again. From a beginner's perspective, it looked like he was taking breaks between each. The other students training on their own would glance over and sense a fearsome respect at his focused blows.
赤坂さんって警察に勤めてるって噂だぜ。
マジかよ。あんな人が警官やってるなら、俺は悪いことする気なんか起きねえぜ。しかし、赤坂さんも集中力がすげえよな。あの人疲れるってことを知らねえぜ。
On his days off, Akasaka came to the dojo in the early morning, and he silently trained all day. His training was no longer physical, but mental. The other students were already aware that his continuous concentration was the secret of his strength. However, that was easier said than done. As long as a person lives, they are bound by countless ties and idle thoughts. For a person to submit all of his will into such singular focus is more like trying to attain enlightenment than something in the realm of martial arts. Man has tried many different methods to achieve such enlightenment, and what we've learned is that there's no one way to reach it. And a path one takes can reach it if mastered. Karate is what Akasaka chose.
噂に聞いたんだけどよ、あの人、奥さん死んじゃってるらしいんだよ。それを忘れるために空手を始めたって噂だぜ。
I was about to say, like, where the fuck's his wife, his daughter?
あれ？俺が聞いた話は違うぜ。任務中に女の子を救えなかったとかなんとかで、それで自分の無力。
おい、聞こえてるぞ。人の噂話なんかしてないで。稽古をしろ。
おっす! There was a small beeping noise. Somebody's watch was letting them know it was noon.
赤坂さん。俺たち弁当買ってきますけど、赤坂さんのも買ってきましょうか。
助かる。何でもいいぞ。頼む。
Akasaka was more pleased to be alone in the dojo than to have anyone bring him lunch. When they left, silence filled the building.
くそ、人の話なんかしやがるから。集中が途切れちまったじゃないか。
But if that happened because of that bit of small talk, that meant he had much more training to do. He had to train much harder if he wanted to achieve enlightenment. He focused again and started to punch the sandbag, but the sound was a lot lighter than before, and obviously the strength in his fist was no longer there. Realizing that he needed to take a break, Akasaka pulled out a towel from his bag and sat down. The sound of cicadas soaked into his body. The windows were open, but there was no breeze coming in. Still, he could feel the cold air, if just a little. Just as they said, the reason Akasaka started karate was because of Yukiya's death. Of course, losing against the suspect in that kidnapping incident was one reason too. But more than that, the pain from Yukiya's death was what made him start. Yukiya fell down the stairs at the hospital and died while he was on a business trip in Shishimone. He couldn't get rid of that depression, so he started learning karate. But in June 1983, when the Great Hinamizawa disaster occurred, he realized something very important. A girl had predicted Yukiya's death, and in return, she wanted him to help her. Yukiya's death was an accident. He could have told himself that there was nothing he could have done. But as for the girl, Ikafuruda's death was different. She knew about her own death 5 years prior. And when the disaster occurred, he remembered Oishi and called him to make sure he was okay. Then found out about everything. When he was caught up, he fell into despair. Ikafuruda was the turning point in his life. If he had believed what she predicted and did something about it, maybe Yukiya wouldn't have had to fall down the stairs. He took the oath to serve the public as a police officer, and yet he didn't even notice a plea for help from a little girl. He shoved aside a conspiracy surrounding her until it was too late. He had 5 years to do something about it, but he didn't do anything as she died. Visiting Hinamizawa for the kidnapping case of the minister's grandson was definitely the turning point in his life. If he had only listened to what that girl said, Yukiya would have never died, and he could have been there to help Ikafuruda. Those two things continue to haunt him. The investigation into the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa that he heard about from Oishi was put on indefinite hiatus because of the disaster. But it was apparent to both of them that there was some conspiracy behind it all. To challenge such things, he needed all the strength and experience that he could muster. He was devoting himself to gain such strengths, but it was too late. Everything had already ended. While he was stuck in this dilemma, the dojo instructor admonished him, "There's nothing one can do about what's already done." So, in that case, the only thing he can do is train diligently so that if the same thing is to happen again, he will be able to save the person in need. It's all too late. Everything is already over. Yukiya died in an accident, Hinamizawa was destroyed in a gas disaster, and Rika was murdered as her intestines were ripped out while she was alive. Shit. I was too obsessed with Yukiya's death and couldn't hear the girl's pleas for help. No, if I had listened to her, I could have prevented Yukiya's accident too. Damn it. Damn it. Shit. As Akasaka clutched his hair and looked up, he noticed a small shrine overhead that protected the dojo. Akasaka respected both Shinto and Buddhism, but he had never thought of praying to gods in times of despair. But for the first time, he felt like praying for help. If it was something he was capable of doing himself, he would never even consider praying. But as it was something he couldn't resolve on his own, he prayed. It was a very selfish wish. If his wish were to come true, everyone in the whole world would wish for the same thing.
もう一度。あの時に戻らせてくれ。そうしたら、今度こそ俺は、二人を救う。
At that moment, Akasaka's body suddenly felt very light. No, it was more like he was losing balance, as if he was fainting. Perhaps it was because he shouted so loudly after training, and his brain was lacking in oxygen, but he couldn't take his eyes off of the shrine.
ありがとう、赤坂。あなたの思いが私たちにはとても必要だった。
That's Hanyu. Was this a hallucination? Akasaka felt like a stranger was talking to him.
私たちが奇跡を願い、あなたも奇跡を願わなければ奇跡は起こらない。だって奇跡は全員が願わなかったら起こらない。双方が手を伸ばし合わなかったら届かない。
He didn't know what she was trying to say, but somehow he felt like he couldn't miss a single word of it. He felt like it was something very, very important.
赤坂、もしあなたも望んでくれるなら 私たちに奇跡を。それは欠けたかけらを結び合わせ、より大きな大きなかけらを生み出すきっかけになる。あなたのたった一つの決意が全員の思いや運命に大きな影響を及ぼすこともあるのだから。
あの時にもう一度時間を巻き戻してくれるというのか。
そんなこと私にできるのは気づかせることだけ。一つのかけらだけでは学べないことを他のかけらで学んだことを気づかせたから、この欠けたかけらをあるべきところへ戻すだけ。それでもきっと大きな奇跡。もっともその奇跡をあなたはきっと気づかないだろうけれど。
Thank you, Akusaka. Thank you for remembering me. I don't even know how much time I've spent asking for your help, but finally it reached you. So I'll say it one more time. Please help me. No, please help us. And what a crazy way to end Chapter 5 of Chapter 8. Yeah, that seems like it's the end. Okay. So, what now? Let's go ahead and save again. Unless this is where now we go back to maybe this? Or do we go back to this, which is now cracked? Let's see. It was long. It was really long. Are you okay? Is your spirit still alive? Do we have all the pieces we want lined up on the game board? Is this everything we have that can go up against Takano and her minions in the Game of Fate of June 1983? I think, maybe, we have everything. At last but not least, Hanyu, it's you. And last but not least, Hanyu, it's you. The time you have left to be a piece is limited. But that doesn't mean you can't show up in this game. Shall we begin? I've put in hundreds of years just for this moment. Interesting. Someone once suggested that believing is like placing a bet with coins of hope. In other words, believing means taking a risk. You gain something if you win, but lose something if you fail. As with any gamble, we try to make sure we win and then bet a coin. But as with any gamble, there's no guarantee of victory. Sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. And that's how you increase the number of coins you have. But if you keep losing, you don't want to continue gambling. It's then that you realize that if you don't gamble, you don't have to lose anything. Not gambling on anything is the same as not believing in anything. Not believing in anything is the same as not involving yourself in anything. And not involving yourself in anything is the same as not existing. Therefore, she didn't exist. The one coin she had in her heart was the last one. If she lost it, she'd disappear. That was why she was hesitating on making a bet. She had been running, trying not to get involved in any type of match, because she was afraid of betting it by accident. But just like a game of poker, she could lose her coin by folding. She tried not to lose her last coin, but that meant she was going to lose it eventually anyway. There was something she didn't know. Actually, I didn't know it at the time either. The more coins bet into the pool, the higher our chances of winning this game. In other words, the more frightened we are, the more we'll keep losing the game before us. It's just like carrying a portable shrine. It's impossible to carry such a heavy thing by oneself. But when people put their strength together, they can lift it easily. There's a clear borderline between too heavy to lift and easily lifted. It's just like how the balance on the scale tips with just a little weight. Got it. Sorry, my throat hurts a little bit, but it's okay. The big, heavy shrine before us couldn't be lifted. Everyone tried their hardest to raise it, but couldn't. I didn't help because I was sure it couldn't budge. I didn't participate in games I know I can't win. Or I don't participate in games I know I can't win, so I didn't bet my coin. But That was wrong of me. Maybe the portable shrine could have been lifted if I joined. For the longest time, I've been pretending to be a bystander. I always thought I was just there to find out if my coin was worth betting on or not. But that was wrong. I'm not just an onlooker, nor should I be a bystander. I should have participated. The game I've been facing doesn't look like a game I can win. It doesn't look like a game that's worth betting on. But by betting on it, or by participating in on it, or by believing in it, the outcome might change. To gamble on something is the same as believing in something. To believe in something is the same as being involved in something. To be involved in something is the same as to exist. Therefore, she existed. Now, I have been drinking water every now and again, but it's just like talking constantly for 3.5 hours and relatively quickly is just a strain on the throat.
朝のホームルームを始めますよ。おしゃべりはおしまいです。委員長、号令。起立。礼。おはようございます。着席。
It's an ordinary morning, and the only difference is that it started a little later than usual. Chia normally arrives in the classroom right away, but she was a little late today. Because we have a transfer student! Why was she late for homeroom? The rumors were already stirring about the classroom before she arrived. Chia gave a clue, and oh my god. Every single time. Come the fuck on. Are you... Come on. Really? This is what happens? Okay, I guess.
新しい転校生の古出羽生さんです。
古出？
今日から皆さんと一緒にお勉強することになりました。
The voices of welcome, delight, and surprise all mixed together and filled the classroom.
古出？あれ？リカちゃんの親戚なの？
Yeah, she's my cousin.
そうなのですよ。僕の遠縁の親戚なのです。
She's from Jersey. She's got them horns. Like the devil from there.
リカに親戚がいたなんて知りませんでしたわ。
いやいや、おじさんも知らなかったよ。まあ、御三家筋は結構ややこしいからね。
She's 3D now, yeah.
私の知らない縁戚がいたとしてもありえないことじゃないよ。
でもやっぱりリカちゃんの親戚だよね。
No, she fucking doesn't. She has purple hair, a different face, and has horns.
かわいいよ。
Oh my god. Well, there we go. That's the other CG of Hanyu blushing and barking. All my classmates had gotten excited. The new girl looked rather intimidated by it all. Rika is rather carefree, but this Hanyu seems like a complete opposite. So, by chipping her coin, does she mean using the last of her remaining power to just become tangible and real? She's more like a shy woodland animal, the exact type that Irena loves. Look, see, Irena's ready to swallow her whole. Huh?
では羽生さん、自己紹介をしてください。皆さんは静かに聞くように。はい、それでは羽生さん、どうぞ。
Chia left the podium and encouraged Hanyu to take over. Who the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? I'm sorry, her sprite just looks so weird. Normal, like, I don't mind the classic art style, right? But the proportions look really weird on this one. Like, the shirt or vest and skirt look like they don't belong. And here she looks even weirder. Ah! And we don't look at that. The even greater pressure of the silence left her standing there timidly for a little bit. Well, that's understandable. It's very nerve-wracking to watch, though.
ルで羽生と言いますのです。
My name is Oyashiro Furude.
その
Or Hanyu
リカ
Oyashiro.
の親戚なのです。僕の親戚なのですよ。みんな仲良くしてあげてほしいです。
She's from Jersey. Be nice to her. Erika can tell that she's too nervous to introduce herself. She's right to break the silence. Pressuring her like that isn't fair, which is why I decided to make it more lively.
リカちゃんと同じフルデさんなんだね。はあ、フルデさんが2人になっちゃった。なら羽生さんでいいじゃありませんの。フルデさんって呼んだらリカも振り返ってしまいましたよ。
We generally call each other by our first names here. She's one of us starting today, so we should call her by her first name too.
なら決まりだね。今日からあんたのことは羽生って呼ぶよ。私はクラス委員長の園崎ミオン。ミオンでいいからね。
She's like, I know who you all are.
北条聡子でございますわよ。よろしくですわよ、羽生さん。
I'm Daiki Tomita. My parents run a tofu shop. Please come by anytime. I'm Suguru Kamura. Please ask me if you don't know anything.
こんにちは。仲良くしようね。
This person was voiced, so I thought they might have had a sprite. Our classmates fell over each other to introduce themselves. Everyone tried to get her to remember their names so they could be friends. A friendly atmosphere swelled in the room. I've only just transferred recently myself, but this is exactly how it was on my first day too. I remembered how nervous I was and how much I appreciated this as a result. I know more than anyone how nerve-wracking it is to be a new student. I should look after her.
そうだね。早くクラスに馴染めるようにしてあげないとね。
そっか。レナも去年は転校生だったんだよな、確か。レナも転校してきた時は緊張したか？
うん。でもみーちゃんたちがすごく親切にしてくれたからすぐに馴染めたんだよ。
まあね。ニューカマーを迎えるのも御三家の大切な仕事だからね。
都合のいい時だけ御三家になるな、お前は。でもミオンなんかに世話になって馴染めたってのは確かにそうだ。
なら今度はケイちゃんがお世話をする番ってことになるんじゃないかな。
そうだな。レナだって転校生だったのにその次に来た俺に世話をしてくれたもんな。なら今度は俺が新しい転校生に親切にする番ってことだな。
A new student always dramatically changes the atmosphere of class. Even my attitude has changed. We decided to gather around Hanyu during lunch break.
それでは羽生への質問は1人1個ずつだからね。彼女の本質に迫るディープな質問をズバリ言ってみよう。さあさあ、1番は誰？
好きな食べ物は何ですか？
Candies.
甘いお菓子はみんな大好きなのです。一番好きなのはシュークリームなのですよ。あら、それは素敵ですわね。私も大好物でしたよ。沖宮に美味しい洋菓子のお店がありますの。
Imagine if she would have said pumpkin.
今度案内して差し上げましたよ。
And then Sathak would have been like, you are the fucking devil.
はいはい、男ども聞こえたね。羽生の好感度を稼ぐにはシュークリームだよ。安いやつより高級店の高くて美味しいやつが効果的。さあ、次の質問は誰かな？
It's like they're auctioning her off, like at a charity event to see who gets to date her.
ないならおじさんが今日の下着の色とか聞いちゃうよ。
は？I can't take her seriously with her arms up like that. It's all she's just missing like pom-poms or something. And her skirt is way too short. for the era, it is way, way, way too short. Even like mini skirts in the 80s were not that short. Oh god, hold on. Like the clothing on her looks even worse. I can't even stare at that, at those gremlins, at those homunculi for too long. Everyone kept asking Hanyu questions and she looked all panicky again. I guess this is like a traditional ceremony for a new student. I remember this is exactly how my first day went, where Mion asked you what color your boxers were. Mion and Satoko seemed amused, so it must be the same for them too. I noticed Rena watching the scene before her with a distant look in her eyes. She's probably remembering her first day too.
転校してきた時を思い出してるのか？他のことを考えてたな。羽生をお持ち帰りする算段でもしてるんだろう。
そんなこと考えてないよ。羽生ちゃんがシュークリームが大好きなこととか、レナのうちに美味しいシュークリームがあるんだよ、食べにおいでとか、全然考えてないんだよ。
There's no way I was thinking any of that.
明日からいきなり不登校になったら、こりゃレナのせいに違いないな。
そんなのひどいよ。
As we watched Hanyu and her classmates have fun, Rena and I laughed together.
ねえ、ケイチくん、なんだか嬉しいね。
嬉しいよな。新しいクラスメートを迎えるのは。
そうじゃなくて、この子、たまに見かけてた気がするの。
羽生か？引っ越し前の下見とかで来た時とかかな。レナって記憶力いいな。
そういうのじゃなくて。
You see, Keiichi, one time I tried killing myself, and when I did, and I sliced at my wrists, blood and maggots were pouring out. And then I saw her, Hanyu, with a warm light basking behind her. Or basking in a warm light. And she kind of told me that she was sorry, and then I was able to blame her for all my sins, because I'm a weird fucking human. I think maybe that's where I've seen her before, Keiichi.
羽生ちゃんはもっと前からいて、レナたちのすぐ近くでみんなで遊んでるのをずっと見てた気がするの。ずーっと。あれ？レナだけ？ケイチ君も気づいてたよね。
いや、俺は全然見たことはないんだが、レナは面識があるってことなのか？
From what I can see, this is the first time Mion and Satoko have met Hanyu. If she's been that close to us, like Rena said, it's impossible that none of us would remember her.
気のせいじゃねえのか？第一、羽生は転校生なんだぜ。村にそんなにしょっちゅういたはずないじゃないか。
そうかな。たまに見かけたような気がするんだけどな。
気のせい。羽生だってついさっき、転校前は遠くに住んでたって言ってたじゃないか。
でもレナは見たんだけどな。
Rena looked like she was trying to remember more. It's probably one of those deja vu experiences. Although it's the first time you see something, it feels like you've seen it before.
別にどうでもいいだろ。今はここにいるんだからさ。
そうなんだよね。あんなにもレナたちの輪の中に入りたそうにしていたから、仲間に加われてよかったねって。
Rena smiled with tears in her eyes. When I looked over at her, Erika was wearing the same expression. It made no sense to me why those two looked that way, but as soon as Satoko came over and pulled a prank on me, I forgot all about it. Keiichi opens his water bottle and it explodes. These are the words that signal that the best time of the school day. As soon as the last period ended, my classmates ran out of the room. Hanyu was popular all day today. She's Rika's age, so all the lower grade students gathered around her. Older students like me and Mion didn't have a chance to get close to her.
まあクラスとしてはさ、こわもての上級生が転校してくるよりは自分たちと同い年くらいの可愛い転校生の方が嬉しいだろうしね。
圭一くん、最初の頃は緊張してたのか、なんだか怖そうな顔をしてたもんね。
おいおい、そりゃひどいぜ。俺だってクラスに早く馴染もうとフレンドリーに接してたってのによ。
どこがフレンドリーでございましたの？私、転校してきて早々にいきなり圭一さんにデコピンを食らってますのよ。
But you also pranked him.
それは転校初日の教室デビューの出花をトラップ、しかも椅子の背には画鋲で、机の中にはカエルまで入ってたぞ。
転校生が職員室にいると聞いて様子を見に行った時、下手からさと子が緊張をほぐしてやろうと思ったに違いないのです。木南沢の先輩として気を利かせて差し上げたんですよ。
As your senpai? Okay.
絶対それだけはありえねえな。
Although that blackboard eraser trap sure did help to ease my tension. But Satoko will be so pleased with herself if I tell her that, so I'll never admit it.
羽生ちゃんはみんなと帰ったね。放課後は誰と遊ぶか今頃引っ張りだこなんじゃないかな。
でもやっぱり初日は疲れるもんだよな。きっと帰ったらバタンキューだぜ。
違いありませんわね。
さてさて皆の衆、このところ私のバイトのせいでだいぶ長いことご無沙汰だったね。部活メンバーの招集だ。
Oh boy. We get a club meeting. It's been ages, by the way, since we've had one. And just in case, we'll do this. Just to show off the console version of it. Because it's also been a while. But, yeah, no, like, I think the last time we had this was in chapter, like, 3? I think?
待ちかねてましてよ。ご無沙汰が過ぎると鈍ってしまいましたよ。ねえ、誰かの罰ゲームをかわいそしないと僕も退屈してしまいますです。はうー、レナは負けないんだよ。久しぶりだから手加減なんかしないんだよ。
どうやらみんな欲求不満でだいぶエネルギーを持て余してたようだね。そうでなくちゃおじさんも叩き潰す甲斐がないってもんだよ。
へへ、やる気満々みたいじゃねえか。だがな、あいにく俺の今日の調子は絶好調だ。しくじったなミオン。今日もバイトに行ってた方が良かったと後悔することになるぜ。
Mion's had to work quite a bit lately because her uncle's shop is short on staff. Oh, hold on. Looks like stream crashed for a second. Let's see if I'm back. Yeah, okay. It looks like I am back. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Seems like, yeah, we're good to go. Okay. And also, hey, Reno, thanks for stopping by over on the Twitch side. It's been a while. We are playing a game that is, you know, we're pretty far along in the story, so I don't blame you if you bounce, because this is a very good visual novel that I would recommend, you not watching this part, I guess, because we're basically at the end. But anyway. For us, club activities are the main reason we come to school. In a way, we live for these few hours after school. If there are no club activities, there's no point in coming here at all. So it only makes sense for us to be excited about getting to have a meeting again.
こりゃ生半可なゲームじゃみんなの渇きを癒せそうにないね。何のゲームで料理してやろうかね。
Mion looked into the club locker. I'm always curious about what's in that locker and how much of it there is. I swear there's more in there than it can realistically hold. Just then, we heard the door open.
あれ？羽生ちゃん？こんにちは、なのです。あら、どうなさいましたの？忘れ物でございますの？
I thought she had already gone home. Did she forget her lunchbox or something? It's not that big a deal to forget a textbook, but you can't forget a lunchbox.
羽生、どうしたの？なんか探し物？
Hanyu looked at us apologetically. We know that she's been wanting to do this for like 100 years or whatever now. What is it? Are we in the way? She kept staring at us timidly. Are we sitting in Hanyu's seat? No, that's not it.
どうしたの羽生ちゃん。何か困りごとかな
Lena talked to her, but there was no communication to be had. Almost like trying to have a conversation with a husky. What is this? Hanyu was fixated on something. I followed her gaze and found Rika. Hanyu's apologetic gaze was directed at Rika.
僕は何も言いませんです。羽生がそうしたいなら自分のお口で言うと良いのです。
And there she is surprised, which I don't think we've seen before. Here she doesn't have her mouth open, which is weird. With that, I finally figured it out. Hanyu wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to say it, so she wanted Rika to say it for her. But Rika told her to say it herself. In other words, we need to listen to what Hanyu has to say. We patiently waited for Hanyu to speak up. But when I think about what happened this morning, I realize this kind of silence makes her even more nervous. Rena, noticing that, talked to her in a sweet tone of voice.
どうしたの羽生ちゃん。レナにこっそり話して。相談に乗ってあげるよ。お、何？もう一回言って。
God damn it.
で、
Rena raised her voice.
何よ、おじさんにも教えてよ。何なのよ一体。
本当にいいの？
You're from another dimension? We're all gonna kill each other? What else?
どうしたんでございますの？もごもご言われては気持ちよくありませんでしたよ。その、僕も部活に混ぜてもらいたいのです。
Hanyu said it loudly, as if to shake off her embarrassment.
こりゃまだ驚いた。どこで誰におじさんたちのことを聞いたのやら。
僕も入れてほしいのです。僕も部活に混ぜてほしいなのです。
Aww.
よく自分で言えましたです。パチパチパチ。
Rika must have known that Hanyu wanted to join the club all along. Mion folded her arms with a smile and stared at Hanyu as if appraising her. Needless to say, Hanyu was intimidated.
自分から好んで七に飛び込みたがるとは。こりゃとんでもない命知らずがいたもんだよ。でもね、うちの部活はそんじょそこらのおままごととは違うんだ。選ばれた者が試練をくぐり抜けた末にようやく入部を許される栄光の部活なんだよ。
Yeah, this is a visual novel.
入れてください。はい、そうですかってわけにはいかないね。
羽生ちゃん、みーちゃんの部活は見てる分にはとっても楽しいかもしれないけど、
Oh no.
その、大変なんだよ。覚悟の上なのです。勝って当然。負けたらとんでもないことになってしまいますのよ。その覚悟は終わりですこと。僕も負けないのですよ。それに。
Hanyu swallowed once and said what was on her mind. It sounded like a big thing to say for her, as though it had a much deeper meaning.
かつての僕は負けるのが嫌で全ての勝負から逃げていましたのです。でも逃げることは負けることにすら劣ること。負ける痛みにくじけず戦い続けて初めて勝ちを得られるのだと教えてもらいましたのですから。
Imagine like a new person that you've met that's come into your life, all of a sudden they just spout like something along these lines, just something meaningful and like very deep for the most part, you'd be like, oh, okay. I mean, if you want to play that badly, right?
Hanyu.
When Mion realized that, although she looked timid, Hanyu is actually very courageous. She grinned. Looks like she's grown fond of her.
へえ、なかなかどうして大した根性じゃねえかよ。どうだよミオン、せっかくだから試してやったらいいじゃねえかよ。入部試験。
The entrance exam.
我が部にふさわしいかどうか、最低数週間の観察を経てようやく受けられる入部試験を転校初日からとはね。さーてどうしたものか。
Mion pretended to be stubborn, but in reality she was simply playing with her. If she actually didn't want her to join, she would have refused her right away. Of course, if Hanyu was bothered by this kind of intimidation, she wouldn't be able to survive in this club.
レナとサトコが今話したと思うけど、うちの部は厳しいよ。勝って当然。狙うは1位のみ。間違って最下位になった日にゃ、生まれてきたことを後悔するような大変な目に遭わされるんだよ。
でも僕も頑張るのですでも罰ゲームだってとっても楽しいんだよ。
Hanyu, Hanyu, you've been watching the whole time, huh? You've been wanting to join for the longest time, huh? Got the feeling that Rena had just mumbled something like that.
ミオン、もったいぶらないで試してやればいいじゃねえかよ。
That is pretty cute.
俺だってそいつをくぐって入部を許可されたはずだぜ。
そうですわよ。一つ羽生さんの腕っぷしを見てやろうじゃありませんの。羽生ちゃん頑張レナは手加減しないからね。僕だって手加減しないのです。
And here she is smiling, which we haven't seen before, at least with this sprite. We've seen this face, but not this sprite. Ugh. And a jump scare for a fraction of a second.
羽生にだけ手加減しないのです。
よーし、気に入った。フルで羽生、あんたに我が部の入部試験を許可する。となりゃ話は変わるね。羽生にも分かるゲームにしてあげないとね。どれがいいかな。
Mahjong.
お。
She busts out the Tsubamegaeshi like right away. None of them notice. Mion threw a deck of cards onto the deck. Does this mean?
誰でもわかるゲームでいこう。トランプのジジ抜きはどうかな。
Oh, but the problem with Mion, or for Mion here, is that Mion thinks that she will have an advantage because she knows the cards are marked and shit, but Hanyu knows all the cards as well.
望むところなのです。
God, Hanyu's gonna fucking win. Here she goes. This is exactly what I had to endure when I went through this entrance exam. This is the marked tile deck.
なかなか威勢のいい返事でございますわね。でも我が部のジジ抜きは一味違いましてよ。
Most of the cards have scratches on the back, so by memorizing the scratches, you can tell what card it is. In other words, the more you've played this game, the better you are at it. This is simply our way of being mean to newcomers.
羽生ちゃん、頑張ってね。
She's gonna fucking crush
こ
them.
れは試練なんだよ。カイト、王なのです。
This sure brings back memories. I had to go through this too, like a week ago. It happened just recently, but I still feel so nostalgic.
だがそれと手加減は別の事件だぜ。あの時みんなが手加減なしで全力で俺を叩き潰してくれたように、俺も全力で叩き潰してやるからな。なあみんな。
お覚悟なさいませですわよ、羽生さん。
さあさあ、部活メンバーの末席を望むならそれにふさわしいかを自ら示してみな。
はいなのです。
Oh, we're actually getting to see this. Thought they were gonna skip ahead.
そ
Okay.
の手札を右から言うよ。エース3、4、7、ジャック、クイーン。
今さら手で隠したって見え見えですわよ。ごめんね羽生ちゃん、これがスペードのエースだよね。あっか
り思い知ったか羽生。入部試験の洗礼を思い知れ。
圭一は自分の入部試験の恨みが混じりまくりなのです。
ほらほら、ケイちゃん、そんなこと言ってていいの？羽生、ケイちゃんの右のカードで上がれるよ。
上がりましたのです。
Keiichi still comes in last.
こうなりゃ本気モードで行くぜ。よくもこの俺を怒らせたな。羽生、お前初日の下校からいきなり尻尾付きブルマの首輪付き四つん這いで帰宅したいのか？
あらあら、それはむしろ圭一さんにこそ似合いましたよ。
Oh God.
いいねいいね。それをレナがお持ち帰り。僕も圭一に恥ずかしい罰ゲームをしてやりますのです。
いい提案だね。おじさんはそいつになるよ。
なんでいつの間にか俺包囲網が完成してるんだよ。上等だ。てめえら全員四つん這いで下校させてやるぜ。
Ryuki, she's like, I paid for all these like sample sounds. I'm using all of them. But God, this went on for a lot longer than I thought it would. Assuming it's the end, assuming we're done with this chapter. No, we're not. Oh God, we're still in chapter 5.
スピーチあと一人で乾杯に入ります。準備できてるね。
候補 OK です。内部全然聞こえないんで、スピーチが終わるタイミングでコールをお願いします。
Actually, hold on, just to check. Okay, no. Because otherwise it would be something like this. So we're not in chapter 6 yet, as far as I know. As far as I know, this is still part of chapter 5. Because I did not want to go into chapter 6. Because this would take for fucking ever. Because I think chapter 6 was another hour or so. If I double check real quick. Give me a sec. Yeah, chapter 6 is about an hour.
いいかい。各宅にビールは10本ずつだよ。ちゃんと自分の縄張りにスムーズに運んでね。
Young waiters with bow ties got bottles of beer ready for a toast. We're in the same club. Okay. There are several dozen bottles with white tablecloths on them in the banquet room. Approximately 8 people are sitting at each table, so there's at least a few hundred people there. The banquet room is teeming with excitement. There are many plates with different kinds of food on each table. A sushi platter, sashimi, fruit platter. Also, along the wall, there are cooks ready to serve fresh sashimi. All the guests appear to be well-mannered gentlemen, and obviously they are notable people from different fields. The huge and beautiful chandelier above them clearly tells that this hotel holds a status good enough for those famous people. An elderly gentleman is giving a long speech on the stage before making a toast. Usually people don't like such long speeches, especially if it's before a toast. But the guests are actually excited with his speech. Well, maybe fervor was a pleasant way to put it. It was probably more accurate to say that their excitement was bizarre. Huh? Anyway, Japan accepted the demand for unconditional surrender, and the day they did, the Pacific War ended. In other words, even if they had to take care of further business, the war ended that day according to the international law. And from that day on, there was peace. Therefore, if any troops invaded Japanese land during that peace, that would be an encroachment against Japan. No matter what the Soviet Union says, the northern territories are Japanese land, and it should be clear to everyone that they invaded illegally. And now they want to settle by returning a mere 2 islands to us? Who do they think they're kidding? Listen, Habomai, Shikotan, Kuneshi, and Iturup are Japanese territory. Their total area is equal to an entire prefecture. What would you think if the Soviets invaded and occupied one of our prefectures? Would you settle for just getting half of the prefecture back? No, you wouldn't. You'd have the entirety returned to you. Yet the Soviets are brazenly sitting there claiming vested rights to the land. This is no joke. We must strongly oppose this to the bitter end. Return all the northern islands. Our nation must demonstrate unwavering resolve on that point. Thunderous applause filled the banquet room. All the gentlemen agreed and expressed that they felt the same way by cheering him on. In all that hubbub, there were 2 people standing by the wall who didn't seem to fit in with the rest. They were wearing sharp-looking suits, and while looking a little too old to be called young men, were certainly young compared to all the elderly gentlemen in the banquet room.
どうして政治家ってこう説教臭いというか若者軽視というかこう偏るんでしょうね。
簡単なことさ。政治家が一番欲しいのは票だ。票は有権者が投じる。だが20歳以上が全員投票するわけじゃない。投票率のほとんどは退職して時間にゆとりがあり、その分政治に関心の高い高齢者が占めている。
Also, if you've forgotten, because I certainly did, the Soviet Union was still a thing, if I recall, until the 90s. And since this is 1986, the Soviets technically still exist, which is why they said that. That's why they said that instead of Russia.
となれば高齢者層をいかに取り込むかというのが選挙のポイントになるわけですね。
The war only happened 40 years ago. In other words, the generation that's interested in voting is the generation from before the war.
うちのおふくろよく空襲の話をします。昔は水道橋のあたりに住んでて空襲で家族を全員失って焼け野原を一人さまよったなんて話をいつも。
そうさ。
Our parents went through the war. They shed their blood, sweat, and tears believing it was for the good of the nation. We lost the war, but they believe the war still brought about change that serves as a foundation for the peace we have today. Ah, I hear that a lot. That if Japan hadn't fought in the war, the Asian countries would still be Western colonies. There's no way we could have won, but we needed to fight in that war, or something like that. In that case, no matter how much they preach pacifism, politicians can't ignore the pre-war generation. War is bad, and we should never fight again and we should never again fight a war. But that war was necessary. Unless they say things like that, it's like they're denying the very lives that generation lived.
なるほど。政治家も票を取るのに大変なんですね。
そういう主義主張も本心でしているなら一意見の主張として立派だと思う。だが彼らの票が欲しくて表向きだけ調子を合わせてる卑劣な政治家もいる。そういう迎合的な政治家が後を絶たない限り解雇主義は永遠に終わらないのさ。
そうして若者とお年寄りの意識の格差は多分1000年経っても相変わらず。
They'll just keep repeating that the war was justified yet regrettable every time an election takes place. When will our country ever be freed from that cycle?
若者がちゃんと選挙に行け。そして安易な迎合にごまかされずちゃんと政策を考えてるやつに投票しろ。実現可能な政策だぞ。
ああ、いますね。明らかに実現不可能な公約を掲げてる候補者っています。あ、赤塚さん、F 択ってあれじゃないですか。
あのご婦人だな。行くぞ。
Okay. The speech had ended, and the elderly gentlemen were giving the man on stage a standing ovation. The 2 men walked through the crowd and approached an old lady in a kimono. No, never mind.
私ですけれども、どちら様ですか？
昨日お電話で約束させていただきましたものです。赤坂と申します。
主人はね、ずっと日本のためにと。それなのに。
奥さんの胸中、深くお察しします。
This wasn't really anything out of the ordinary. Nobody could remember if there had been a donation or not, so a handful of politicians were questioned. As a result, some came up with a scheme to blame a sickly, elderly man who had already retired, with only a short time to live anyway. He was the perfect fit for them. The elderly man had already been sick in bed, and the shock of his friends betraying him had taken away his will to live. The only thing his wife could do was to simply watch him suffer. She kept crying while telling the man about her husband's achievements. God damn it. Accidentally pressed control again. If your husband is in fact innocent, a judge will rule accordingly. Don't worry, all false accusations will be cleared. I already know that, because he is innocent, but he won't live to see the verdict. He worked so hard for this country, and this is what he gets in return at the end? How can he rest in peace? Akusaka nodded and tried to find the right words to say to her. His colleague rummaged through a pile of paperwork behind him. The papers were filled with fine print, and it would be hard for an onlooker to tell exactly what they were. However, the way he was looking at them made it very clear that they contained something important.
赤坂さん、こいつはすごい資料です。金の動きが完全に網羅されてます。
Akusaka gave him a signal to remind him that this wasn't the place to be looking around through those documents.
この他には書類束のようなものはありませんね。
ええ、主人の金庫に入っていた文書はそれでどうかそれで恩知らずな連中に一泡吹かせてやってください。あれだけ主人に世話になっておきながら。
奥さん、この文章の内容には一部ご主人にとって不利益な内容も含まれていますが、それは
ええ、それ政治はね、綺麗事だけじゃないんです。
I keep interrupting them by accident. That's not my intention. Sorry.
政治家の妻ですのよ。
ご協力を感謝します。この書類は必ず巨大な不正を暴くために使用します。
一つだけよろしいですか？それを公表するのは主人が亡くなるまで待ってもらえませんか？
The paperwork Akusaka received was something her husband intended to take to the grave with him. Something that shouldn't exist in this world. If it went public, her husband's name would be disgraced. Akusaka nodded.
わかりました。誓ってお約束します。
Vast public funds were moving from Kasumigaski. The funds were issued to sub-branches to carry out national policies, but various ideas over those public funds always came together, and there was never an end to those trying to poke a straw into it to suck it out like a mosquito. Excess dividends, cordial patronage, profits for organizations that benefited themselves. Many financiers approached and adhered to officials and politicians hoping to earn those gains. And bureaucrats constantly indulged them. That's how Japanese corruption works. These illegal pipes form bypass after bypass in Kasumigaski, siphoning off public funds for their profit. To find and destroy such pipes is, of course, in the national interest. But eliminating illegal expenditures isn't as simple as that. There are important people connected to those pipes, and when those people are investigated, a major political scandal takes place. The reason why the government doesn't investigate such illegal expenditures is not only to protect vested interests, but also because they're conscious of the damage these scandals can cause politically. Yeah, one thing, if you didn't know about this, when it comes to like Japanese politics, and by that I mean like general politics, especially involving like a company, for example, if there happens to be a scandal for a company, someone has to be made a scapegoat no matter what. Because that's just how Japanese like society is like. In other words, let's say a company gets into trouble. The company's name is besmirched. So the CEO or the president of the company is like, hey, you know what? This was all my fault. I'm sorry about that. I will be resigning. People shame him. People shame the president or the CEO as they resign, and then the company's name is quote unquote, protected or restored, as that person's name instead becomes besmirched. So whoever the hell took the blame, kind of has their life ruined, which is a little lame, but that's basically how this shit works. And that's kind of what they're trying to get at here, with this little paragraph. To put it more succinctly, the government can't endure the pain of pushing pus out of a wound. The closer the exposed subject is to the top, the greater the pain faced by the government, and that affects the cabinet approval rating. The closer the subject is to the core, the more extensive the damage to the heart. The secret investigation Akasaka was leading went as close to the heart as it got, and could cause a collapse of the administration from shock. Akasaka was tipped off that a huge amount of public funding was leaking out through an alumni organization of the 7 imperial universities, so he and his colleagues have been conducting a secret investigation into the matter for a long time. His target was tightly knit, but he learned the wife of one of the organization's senior members bore strong resentment towards them after her husband was made their scapegoat, and he managed to contact her. And because of that, he had gotten his hands on extremely important information.
Minna ご苦労さん。だいぶ外堀が埋まってきたようだね。特に赤坂くんが入手した資料は相当ショッキングなものだよ。ずいぶん苦労したでしょう。お疲れさん。
いえ。
That's it? He was like, nah. The small meeting room was filled with boxes that were, in turn, filled with documents. A whiteboard was filled with cramped writing, too. A few of the investigators in the meeting room, which was also filled with smoke, were reading the documents intensely. Their intimidating manner clearly indicated that they were police officers with a great deal of experience. Akasaka was one of those men. It had been a while since Mamoru Akasaka was transferred to this department. When he worked on the case of the kidnapping of Minister Inukai's grandson, he had been a rookie, but by now he was an experienced investigator. After a knock on the door, an elderly man entered the room. Everyone straightened up all at once.
室長、お疲れ様です。
お疲れさん。立たなくていい。楽にしてくれ。諸君に今日は素晴らしいプレゼントを持ってきたぞ。カノ、お前を息子の授業参観に行かせてやる。
The meeting room was filled with sighs, tinged with exasperation and resignation. It certainly wasn't because any of them hated getting to go on Parents' Day.
やっぱりな。そろそろ頃合いだと思ってたんですよ。くそ。
Akasaka's colleague complained. They had been so close to getting to the root of this issue. They had such strong evidence. Akasaka, on his part, wasn't too disturbed. This had happened several times in the past, and considering how hot the documents he obtained were, it was easy enough to predict. The case was suddenly transferred to another department. That meant their investigation ended here. The new department was supposed to continue the investigation to expose injustices, but that's never happened once before. It was just an excuse. The investigation had been terminated because of pressure from above.
くそったね。俺たちが今日まで捜査してきたのは、
海を出す痛みがどの程度か測るためだろうな。その結果、痛みに耐えられない規模だということが分かり、荒領事を断念したってことだろう。
In that sense, their hard work wasn't wasted. Because of it, the investigation was terminated. Akasaka understood that, but his colleague wasn't yet mature enough to understand. Of course, Akasaka's sense of justice was displeased by this. He felt frustrated with his superiors, who had hesitated to expose the truth. But he was mature enough to know not to say that out loud.
資料の整理と引き継ぎについては今後向こうと調整していく。とりあえずみんな長く休んでないだろう。5時を待たなくていいぞ。残務整理は明日話し合い。あと振り替え休暇の消化をしよう。ちゃんと消化して神さん孝行しろよ。主査は俺と来てくれ。以上だ。
Yes, sir. Though his long secret investigation left a bad taste in his mouth, with its resolution he managed to earn a holiday until the next incident arrived.
室長のお言葉に甘えますかね。みんな、今日は早く帰って休みな。
こういう時、早帰りすると不倫の現場に出くわしたりしちゃうんですよね。
Yeah, okay, sure.
バカだな。お前知らないだろう。赤坂さんとこは熱愛夫婦だぞ。毎晩別当の公衆電話からラブコールかけてるの知らないのかよ。
赤坂んところはいいよな。うちの女房なんてそりゃそっけないもんだよ。
Maybe you should be nicer to her, perhaps. I don't know. Akasaka smiled bitterly as he gathered the documents in his hands. One of the pages fell to the floor. It was a page from a huge pile of papers documenting illegal expenditures. They exposed the illegal expenditures of the Alphabet Project, the research team for the next generation of hardware in the Defense Agency. It was entirely possible that this project was created in the first place for the purpose of funneling those illegal expenditures. When he saw the paper, one thing caught his eye. He picked it up and looked at it, and tried to remember. Hinamizawa. It was a list of people who illegally received public funds. It was also a list of retirees who were still very much in love with money. There should have been no connection between those people and Akasaka. However, there was one thing that caught his attention. As soon as he said it, all sorts of memories resurfaced. Yes, the Idia Clinic. When he was working on the case of Minister Idokai's grandson's abduction, he got into a scuffle with the suspects and became injured. He was taken to the local clinic. As he recalled, the name of the clinic was the Idia Clinic. He started to remember one thing after another. His very first experience at wading into the muck. It was burnt into his mind like a fresh memory, and he could vividly recall everything that happened. His daughter was about to be born, and he really didn't want to go to Hinamizawa. He met Oishi, who taught him a lot of important things. He also met a girl in that village. Her name was, yes, Rika Furude. That was it. How long had it been? How old was she now? As he remembered her lovely smile, he also remembered the ominous prediction she made. She had predicted that if he didn't go back to Tokyo, something terrible would happen. At that time, he took it as nonsense, but he felt something odd about it, as if it was a divine omen. Then he had remembered Yukie, who was about to give birth. He became concerned that something terrible would happen to her. But he couldn't just leave and go back to Tokyo. That was why he called her right away. He told her something would happen. He told her to be very careful until he returned. Yukie had laughed and told him that he was being paranoid, but that phone call indeed saved her from a calamity. Right, we know. Akasaka had found out about that when he visited her after returning to Tokyo. A few days after his phone call, a janitor was seriously injured. Right, we know this. He also heard afterwards that Yukie had a habit. Yes, we know this. Right. We know all this shit. In other words, Rika Furude's prediction had been correct. There was no proof. But Akasaka still believed that he was able to save Yukie only because of Rika Furude's prediction. He'd intended to call and thank her for saving Yukie, but the busy days that followed put it out of his mind. Until today. Rika. He wondered if she was still doing well, and if she was still smiling. Akasaka remembered the sad prediction she made on that night under the moon while still wearing that smile. That's right. She said something. She predicted someone would get killed on the night of the festival every year, and on that 5th year, she'd be the one to be killed. That's right, he thought. She did say that. The 5th year, that's this year. The festival is... That's right, it's in June. If he remembered correctly, it happened on the last Sunday of the month. That's next week. It was June 1983. Although there was still some time, the death she predicted for herself was coming up. The girl who'd predicted Yukie's accident also prophesied a mysterious incident would occur annually for the next 5 years. If they had actually been happening, then it would happen again this year. Akasaka wondered if Oishi was still at the Okinomiya police department. If the annual incident she predicted actually was taking place, he would know. In other words, he could confirm if Rika Furude was going to be killed or not with a phone call to Oishi. The girl who predicted her own death had muttered that she didn't want to die. Muttered? No. It was clearly a plea for help. A young girl who was trapped in the fathomless, bizarre traditions of a village she couldn't escape had sought help from him, an outsider. She paid his reward in advance, in the form of foreseeing Yukie's accident. He had to get to her. He had to go save her. A flood of emotions filled him up. He felt as though he had finally remembered something he was never supposed to forget. That's right. He had to go to Hinamizawa. He had to save the girl who asked him for help.
はい、沖宮署でございます。
すみません。そちらの刑事課に現在も大石クラウド氏は在籍されておりますでしょうか。もしもいらっしゃったならお願いしたいのですが。
失礼ですが、どちら様でしょうか。
警視庁の赤坂とお伝えください。
Oishi was a very lively person, but he had been old even back then. Maybe he had already transferred somewhere else, or maybe he'd since retired. But if he was still there, he'd be happy to hear from Akasaka. He sure had a unique laugh.
おいさん、外線からお電話です。東京の警視庁からですよ。
東京？そりゃまた遠くからはるばるどちら様ですかね。はい、もしもし。おいし。こりゃ懐かしい。どうです？お元気にしてましたか？
There it is. And also, hey, Master Protoss, thanks for stopping by over on the kick side. Oh, is that the end of the chapter? Is that the end of chapter 5? Or is it going to tell me that this was chapter 6? Which one is it going to be? Or is this the midway point? Oh, God. Finally. I hate saying that, but you know what? That was the end of chapter 5. Holy fuck. That took 4.5 hours, man. But either way, I think this is a good stopping point for today. So let's go ahead and swap on over to the ending screen real quick.